never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other countries step up to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor which has effectively been closed by Iran. Garrett Haake reports.
President Trump over the weekend posting other countries must help keep the Strait of Hormuz open, naming the UK, France, Japan, South Korea, and China as potential allies. But so far, none has suggested a willingness to send forces.
President Trump says China should step in, arguing it gets much of its oil from Iran. In an interview with the Financial Times, President Trump said he wants to clarify China's position before traveling to Beijing for a planned summit at the end of the month, and he might delay the trip. The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. The administration looks to revoke the legal protections for more than 350,000 Haitians and 6,100 Syrians as part of the president's immigration agenda. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it and seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
Trump said fraud happens in red and blue states, but he thinks it's happening more in Democrat-led states, again calling out the Somali community in Minneapolis and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers missed their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. According to the Department of Homeland Security, there were more than 111 incidents where shortages threatened operational integrity, which the agency described as hotspots. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Law enforcement agencies in the Los Angeles area issued a warning about what's called bank jogging.
The crime, which targets people after withdrawing cash from ATMs or banks, is on the rise. Suspects watch their targets withdraw cash, then follow them. In several cases, suspects have deflated victims' tires, forcing them to pull over, then they rob them. Authorities say suspects are more likely to target people who are alone when withdrawing large sums of money. People are advised to be aware of their surroundings after leaving ATMs and banks. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. The storm system brought blizzard conditions to the Midwest and a rare severe storm threat along the East Coast. Thousands of flights are canceled, with the storm impacting several major airlines, including Southwest, Delta, and American. JBS meatpacking plant workers in Greeley, Colorado went on strike.
Close to 4,000 people braving the freezing temps to push for a better contract and safer working conditions. Union President Kim Cordova says there needs to be respect for the dangers of the job, and JBS is not acknowledging that. She says the strike is scheduled to last 2 weeks, but could be extended if JBS continues to refuse to meet at the negotiating table. Reporting in Greeley, I'm Keenan Dixon.
Hollywood's biggest night is in the books. One battle after another was the evening's top winner during the 98th Academy Awards. I'm John Sommers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
What do you say? Welcome back. Well, to me, that is. To you, welcome aboard.
good to have you join us as we're back in the saddle live after the long weekend. Little trip over the hills and through the woods to grandmother's house. Celebrated 85 years on the planet Earth. So again, happy birthday to Mama. All went well. I'd like to thank the Lord above for guiding me safely on our little jaunt down to the Peach State. Contending with all the crazy drivers out there. What a trip it was. But we made it safely back to the home 20 right in time before the nasty weather hit the fan Sunday night into Monday morning. We're going to have to put Mother Nature in a timeout here. What's going on? We get back to the secret bunker about 9:30 Sunday evening. It's 72 degrees at that point in time. Showers, thunderstorms, shake, rattle, and roll. Less than 12 hours later, there's snow. It didn't mount to much, but still having a few snow showers out there. So good to have you with us. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. All of a sudden, a cold night outside the secret bunker. Right about 25 degrees at this hour. Wind chill makes it feel like we're in the single digits. What a crazy weekend it was. At this moment, we're actually kind of winding things down following a multi-day severe weather threat and blizzard conditions that have impacted the central and eastern USA. The last line of severe thunderstorm activity is now pushing right off the eastern seaboard. We do still have one active tornado warning, believe it or not, in eastern New Jersey that expires here in a few short minutes. But this one has been producing tornado warnings over the last several hours. Straight line wind damage, nonetheless, moving east at like 50 miles per hour. We've seen over 400 severe weather reports from Sunday alone. The numbers are not yet in for Monday, as we just closed out the day. Air travel has been a nightmare. 18,000 flights delayed, more than 4,300 cancellations over the weekend. It's pretty unusual to see a severe weather event on the eastern seaboard this time of year. But nonetheless, schools actually, in some cases, shut down for Monday. Others, early dismissal, as they were anticipating the severe weather coming in. Meanwhile, the cold surged across the Mississippi Valley in the wake of Sunday's storms. Temperatures tumbling into the 20s as far south as Texas and Alabama. We actually saw reports of some snow reported as far south as Mississippi. Accumulations very limited, less than an inch at best, but this fresh blast of cold air could be dangerous for those who actually lost power after the severe weather event, as low temperatures are forecast to drop below freezing across the region again tonight before the warmer air slowly returns later this week. Forecasters had been advising for days, kind of sounding the alarm for severe weather stretching from the eastern U.S. right on into Monday night. Pennsylvania and New Jersey, you've been under the gun over the last several hours here as the triple threat. They're calling this our March megastorm that brought blizzard conditions and high winds to parts of the Midwest. I've seen the reports and video of truck drivers stuck on major interstates for many hours in some cases. Segments of severe thunderstorms stretching from that Arctic front right onto the coastal areas tonight. It all started, of course, Sunday afternoon with this line of storms literally stretching from the Gulf Coast into southern Canada. Severe weather stretching from Texas to southwestern Michigan. That potent line of thunderstorms developing late Sunday afternoon, racing eastward across the eastern USA, damaging winds, torrential downpours, hail, and yes, even a few tornadoes. The strongest wind gust reported was 77 miles per hour in Minturn, Arkansas. As expected, the March megastorm generating a slew of power outages from Wisconsin to Michigan to New York, southward to Texas, Louisiana, and Georgia. As of Monday morning, over 500,000 customers were without power here in the eastern USA. As that front of the associated line of thunderstorms raced off to the east, so did that risk of severe weather. Now, we've got a pipeline of tropical moisture stretching from the Caribbean, funneling rain all the way up the Atlantic seaboard. We saw many areas picking up 1 to 2 inches of rainfall. The cold air rushing in behind the storm is bringing snow showers and winter weather advisories. Yeah, you go from record highs to winter weather advisories. We've got advisories in the higher elevations of eastern Tennessee and western North Carolina, impacting areas like the gorge there. From eastern Kentucky through much of West Virginia, on up through the heart of Pennsylvania and New York, all with winter weather advisories at this hour. Freeze warnings. Would you look at the map? Freeze warnings stretching from central Texas to the eastern seaboard, South Carolina, southern portions of North Carolina tonight. Some of these freeze warnings extending nearly down to the Gulf Coast. Incredible turnaround. Meanwhile, as we look out of the southwestern U.S., it's a tale of two sides of the country. Building heat, record high temperatures will be coming our way in the next several days. We're talking maybe triple-digit highs in Las Vegas. Here in just a few short days, we'll break out the western portions of the country just ahead here. But again, first, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Back on a Tuesday. Kind of feels like a Monday for me, but yeah, we close out the greatest day of the week. Where are we? 17th day of March here in 2026. Literally now counting down the days. The focal point now becomes the big show, Mid-America Truck Show, the granddaddy of them all, Louisville, Kentucky. Less than 2 weeks away now. Who we have on board? The Guardian of Chaos out of the box here. 56 degrees. He's still on the eastern side of that front. The front's coming through, but 56 degrees, extremely windy here in Connecticut tonight. There's the tail end of this storm pushing through that region. The Reflector down in Blue Ridge, Georgia on board. Light snow headed out to Rapid City tonight. Yeah, the wraparound from this storm said, let me pull the radar back up, and we've seen off and on snow showers throughout the day here in southern portions of Ohio. Those continue. You could see a few flakes. I'm looking at the radar. Flakes falling from Indianapolis back into southern portions of Illinois. Some of those scattered snow showers again. Eastern Tennessee, the eastern reaches of Kentucky tonight. Up into eastern Pennsylvania through central New York. Snow coming down at a pretty good pace there. You may find some slippery conditions. That's why you have the winter weather advisories in place there. Here we have Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checks in for the best 5 hours on the rate. 19 degrees at this hour. West Michigan, air temperature. Steve says, welcome back. Thank you very much. Mary Ann's in the house. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Glad you're back, Steve. Everybody, have a blessed day. Hello from Bob in Michigan. Josh checks in from where we at? Holbrook, Arizona. It's a cool 53 degrees. Headed toward Carpet Town, a.k.a. Dalton, Georgia. Which, are they still considered the carpet capital of the world? I think some Asian country kind of took that title away from Dalton, but they're still the carpet capital to me. Steve, a.k.a. Tank in the house. Morning, Steve and the overnight crew. Welcome back, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday 51, starry skies in St. John's, Arizona. Headed down to Banning, California. Everybody truck safe. Have a blessed day. Shorty, there you go. Getting your week started. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia with 43 degrees. It's windy. but we've got Orlando turnaround number 1 underway. James, good morning, 32. Yes, freezing in Woodstock, Georgia. We went from almost 70 degrees and tornado watches early Monday to here 35 degrees and winter weather advisories earlier this evening. Yeah, Mother Nature, what's going on? Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Pappy. The midnight hour, it's showtime. The secret bunker is powered up, ready to rock and roll. 26 degrees in the far south of southwest Ohio. The winds are kicking. Flurries are falling sideways. Traffic lights are swinging. Cars are crashing. So batten down the hatches. The smoking lamp is out. I was hoping to discuss a possible checkmate move on Iran tonight. We'll see how the night goes, though. Meanwhile, snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get the week started. Watcher 6. Hello, Country Bumpkin. Welcome back, Steve. Good morning, Overnight Drive family. Good to have you with us there. Buckeye Boy checks in. Where are we at tonight? Hello, Jeffrey is on board there in southern Florida. Welcome back, Steve. Hello to the Overnight family. Good morning, Steve, everyone. Welcome back. 10 degrees. Feels like 6 below here at the Home 20 Hurricane, Wisconsin tonight. Yes, I'm off tonight. The plant couldn't open today due to the blizzard conditions. They didn't even plow the streets near the plant until this past afternoon. A lot of runoffs on the roadways, even sheriff's deputies and sheriffs getting stuck in the snow. It was a busy day for law enforcement and the snow plows. So have a safe night out there, drivers. Speaking of being stuck, couldn't get there from, yes, CDL Life had the standstill on Interstate 94 as the blizzard conditions were unfolding there on Sunday. And in some cases, drivers forced to be parked on the interstate for hours Sunday afternoon. Jackson County, Wisconsin, Interstate 94, according to WEAU, Channel 13, one trucker stuck on I-94. He encountered the traffic backup, and he said he was stuck in the standstill traffic, but didn't think much of it until he saw the National Guard walking through the stopped vehicles. After I saw the lineup, and once I noticed the National Guard walking through, I'm thinking, I'm going to be here for a while. Thank goodness I was in a semi. I had my television, plus I had my partner, my dog, with me. But yeah, they had to bring out the National Guard distributing food and water to people that were stranded in the standstill snowstorm traffic until they were eventually escorted using snowmobiles. So there you go. It was some areas picked up several feet of snow from that storm system over the weekend, Sunday into Monday. What a mess. Round the country, though, let's get the party started. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down.
now. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot Secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, it's been a few days since we've had a check-in from our old friend, the Knuckle Buster. How the heck are you?
Trying to stay warm, Mr. Steve Summers. According to AccuWeather here in North Mississippi, it's 2 degrees with a real feel of 17. That's a little on the warm to me, but yep.
Now you were close. You were like what, mid-70s here just like 48 hours ago?
Yeah, mid-70s. It was about 77 degrees.
Isn't that crazy?
And then it just after that storm come through, man, it just went downhill from there. So I've been stuck here at the house since January the 1, Steve. I don't know when I'm gonna be able to leave. You talk about going to Georgia. My maternal grandfather's name was Godfrey. They called him George Fred. My mama's name is Georgia, and I got a granddaughter named Georgia. So I get to go see Georgia all the time. Right?
There you go.
Yep. Well, let's get this important stuff out of the way. A simplified shout-out to Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut, and all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and especially our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. Y'all buy some Seville products, Hot Shot Secret products, Steve Summers Overnight Drive products. And you make sure you call Steve tonight because it's going to be a long night being the first night back at 844-844-3388. Steve, they got this 15-second exercise that could predict you having a long life. Can you squat down like a baby does and then stand right back up?
I haven't tried that in a while, I think.
Yeah, I haven't either. I don't even... Well, if you have to use a hand, you knock 2 points off.
Yeah.
So... I might have to use both hands. I'd knock 4 points off. Well, the writer of this article said it was a rude remark, Steve. His name was Ryan Gatos. He definitely must be gay, though, right? Paige Spearnack had taken the brunt of the negativity of social media had to offer as she's grown her following to more than 1 million on multiple platforms. Now, she wrote on X that there was at least one social media user who was a shining light for all the criticism she received. She said, there's this guy who comments great pans on everything I post. In a world full of hate and despair, I know he will always be there for years. Paige, we actually like your shirt you're wearing, and we just want to see what the inside of your shirt looks like. We love it when you lift our spirits up, right, Steve?
Look out, Knucklebuster.
Yeah, well, Paige versus Elizabeth, that'd be a tough battle, Steve. I got this 40-year-old neighbor. She gives me a hug every time I see her, Steve. She pushes them ladies right into me. Steve, she's killing me. She just letting me feel what I can't have there, right? Well, enough of all that stuff. Well, anyway, you know who Josh Johnson is?
Not sure.
He's going to be the new backup quarterback for Joe Burrow. So he's played for several teams. He's played for the Bengals before too. So he's never.
That's a name I'm going to have to learn, I guess. A name I'm going to have to be able to recognize, right? Yeah, seen as Cincinnati, Ohio is the home 20. All right, Knucklebuster. Hey, I think he had some cell issues there, dropped off. But hey, thanks for checking in. It's been a while. Yeah, find a way to stay warm there in Mississippi tonight. There's Buckeye Boy, Ackworth, Georgia, 34 degrees. Got back around 3 this past afternoon, got unloaded, went to Mom's, had dinner. Hit some pretty nasty weather and even some snow near Birmingham. It was actually freezing on the windshield. Roads weren't bad, though. Off today, then I'll do a local pickup and delivery Wednesday. After delivery, I'll be going to pick up at the same place, headed to Birmingham for a Thursday delivery. Pick it back up Friday and head back home once again. Glad you're back, Steve. Had a great time and a safe journey. Happy birthday to Mama. Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. And there's Gilligan. Hello, Steve. Fellow listeners, welcome back. It's dry now in Dublin, Virginia, but 28 degrees. I had some nasty weather come through the GMA and BNS Enterprises skyscraper earlier this evening. News, a service of industrial injection, heavy-duty diesel parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for the trucks that can't afford downtime.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other nations step in to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor which has effectively been closed by Iran. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers missed their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great, and even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. safe. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
I was looking at some of the photos in parts of the UP of Michigan. Picked up like 30 inches of snow last night. Look at it. It's incredible. Look, buried. I still have blizzard warnings in place, as a matter of fact, for some of the northern counties in lower Michigan. Yeah, like Traverse City and Petoskey. About the eastern two-thirds of the UP still under blizzard warnings until 8 a.m. here Tuesday morning. Yeah, some areas could see several inches of additional accumulation there. Bundle up. Knucklebuster lost his cell. Well, welcome back here. Let's finish up.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Steve Summers. I appreciate it. I told you I've been stuck here at the house since January the 1. The 26th, 27th of this month, I'm going to take a road trip to Louisville, Kentucky. Do you have any suggestions of what I could do while I'm up there?
Let me think. There's a little event going on, a truck show, as a matter of fact. That might be a good place to stop by.
I think I'm right across the highway from them there anyway, my motel room there. It wasn't cheap, I can tell you that. Anyway, I'm looking forward to meeting you for the first time.
Yeah.
Now, I can't say about meeting some of your callers, but some of them may want to just start a fight with me or something, but my rotator cuff's out, so don't hurt me too much, guys. So, all right, Mr. Steve Summers, have a great morning there, and we look forward to seeing you here on the 26th, 27th, and 28th.
How about that? Yeah, okay. After all these years, opportunity finally to meet the one and only Knucklebuster. How about that? Okay, it's just around the corner here. And this is always, as we've seen over the last 2 weeks, the roller coaster ride. Yeah, what will the weather be? What's Mother Nature have in store for us there in Louisville for the 26th, 27th, and 28th? There have been years where we've had essentially all 3 seasons in one 3-day stretch with temperatures in the 70s, sunshine to maybe start on Thursday, severe weather on a Friday. I remember the tornado warnings here several years back there on Saturday, and then actually waking up just like we saw this past day, waking up to snow flurries on a Saturday morning. It's just, you never know. Meanwhile, Eskimo Mom is on board. Howdy, Overnight Drive Nation. Happy Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day. I forgot about that. Well, I've got my neon, well, it's more of a neon yellow. Is it neon green enough to be St. Patrick's Day? Supposed to be wearing green, aren't we? 3 days till spring, though. 9 days to the Mid-America Truck Show. 49 days to the Ohio primary. Off work tonight. But I need to give folks a heads up. Many roads in Ohio and Indiana are a mess from the weather system coming through the region on Monday. We've dropped 40 degrees over the past 24 hours. Rain turning to some lake effect snow showers. We're dealing with a lot of black ice. We have had enough accidents that our local news could not speak to dispatch to question them on conditions and whatnot. And our friend Matthew there in Missouri says hello to all the listeners. It's a nasty, windy 23 degrees at this hour, though, in Sydney, Ohio. Another one of our friends, who was that? Sean in Jefferson, Ohio, dealing with whiteout conditions. Whiteout in West Jefferson, Ohio. Wild out here. Phil is on board, checking in from a chilly panhandle of Florida with 42 degrees at this hour. Scrapyard, waving all 5. Going to break out the Bermuda shorts to go with the parka tonight. All right, yeah, there's Bill. Says, happy St. Patrick's Day. Keith checks in. Tell Horse Feathers it's 27 degrees in Holly, New York. And the snow is falling once again. Well, there you go. Speaking of Horse Feathers, what's going on?
Well, let's see if we got any clicky going on. I'm on the east side of the Susquehanna River.
We're good to go.
All right. So, well, I appreciate the report there, Holly, and that's Holley, Holly, New York. That's actually when we lived out there and moved west of Rochester, that's where we lived, right off the corner of County Line Road on the south side of, I don't know if there's railroad tracks there or not, but County Line Road doesn't go all the way through. So where County Line Road ends there, coming up from 31A to try to get to 31, you can't go through there. There ain't no bridge. Mm-hmm. They took the bridge out before the railroad tracks were gone, and I believe the railroad tracks aren't there. I'm not sure. Yeah, so there was a report while you were gone that a vehicle actually ended up in the Erie Canal. I never did find out how was a pickup truck. Didn't ever figure out how he got in the Erie Canal, but he wasn't supposed to be there, and they were working on removing him from that. But anyways, we're down here. I don't know. We're mid-30s. I started out about 34, gotten a little bit further east here. It's up to 36. Rain's finally stopped. It was supposed to be stopping along here, but it was changing to kind of a sleety snow, but there isn't really any precipitation falling out of the sky at this point. It's got still good and cloudy and a good stiff breeze out here. So yeah, hold on to your bloomers. But anyways, what do we got there for you? So so the trip down and trip back was okay. Did you get out in between the weather to go down and you got back before the weather?
You know, last Wednesday, that was when it was kind of like what turned out to be Sunday, where we had that big change in the weather and all that severe weather. I was planning to leave early on Wednesday. I waited all day, waiting for the rain to begin winding down. It was pretty much wrapped up here in southwest Ohio, but wasn't long after I hit the highway. As soon as I got to northern Kentucky, I caught back up with the rain, and it rained all the way. White knuckle driving.
Wonderful.
Yeah, it was a beautiful, especially driving in the darkness. The rain coming down hard enough where I had to stay in the slow lane oftentimes couldn't do more than like 55 or 60. And, of course, the big trucks, they I don't think they run the risk of hydroplaning like the little cars. And they're blowing past on the interstate. All that road spray, man, it was a hell of a trip down.
Yeah. So so I take it the weekend went good. We had the 85th birthday. I did finally remember there later in the day, Sunday, that I was supposed to send a message. So I did finally get that sent down to the princess. And was the ride home? How was that? Did you have the princess on the way home, or did she stay down there now?
Oh, she was back seat driving. She kept her eyes closed most of the way. Thank goodness.
All right. Anyways, there. Yeah. So other than that, I don't know. We kind of missed you there yesterday, but glad you had a good weekend, and glad Mama had a good 85th birthday. And so, anyways, I guess.
And it did turn out to be. It was supposed to be. I wasn't saying much about it last week leading up because it was supposed to be a big surprise, and it was. We held the party there at like the church, the dining hall at the church, and had about 70-some people actually showed up. So a lot of old friends, family members, and whatnot all showed. It was a total surprise. She was in shock.
Well, that's good. That's good. So glad to hear it all went well and as planned, and everybody had a great time.
Yep.
So anyways, I guess at some point later in the week, I guess we'll have to have more discussion of what you left me with there last week before you just decided to say it quick and hang up on me and then take off for 5 days or whatever it was. But anyways, so if anybody's out there, maybe we'll tease them. You want to tease them for another night and see if they'll hang on till we'll get that. We'll let that go for a night and let everybody sit and wonder what we're talking about. I don't know.
We're making plans. The plan is for Steve Sommers and the princess to make the little journey, a.k.a. air travel, to what's the name of the town there in Harrisburg, PA?
Yeah, Harrisburg will be where your flight will probably come in if you can afford to fly. And how many days does it take to get there? And do you have to take a dog sled in the middle for one of your layovers to the next flight or something?
They make it a real pain in the butt. I guess that's an airport that's not a major hub or whatever. So everything's either taking me to Philadelphia or Baltimore or Charlotte for a layover to get to Harrisburg.
Wasn't there one you told me took you to like Orlando and then Boston and back?
That was
you could
insane.
do it in like three days or something.
How they make these that turned out being like a 12-hour flight from Cincinnati. I think it went to Orlando and then Boston, and then that's insane. Who I could make the drive in 12 hours, but I don't want to drive it.
Exactly, especially if you got to figure your time at getting through the security to get on the plane, and then when you get off, you got to go find your luggage and then get your car rental, and then drive from the airport to wherever you're going, because you still didn't land where you need to be in Manheim, Pennsylvania. So you still got another 45-minute drive there. So I don't know. As you say, by the time you get done with all the connections and all that, you're almost better off driving sometimes, time-wise, and sometimes it might be cheaper, but I don't know. That 800 miles might be a bit of a stretch for the princess there.
That would be that. I mean, that's equivalent to the drive over to going to Mama's house and back just to get there. Ugh.
Yeah, and then you got to do it all over again a couple days later to go back the other way.
That's out of the question.
That's the worst part about that.
Yeah.
So, but no, we're looking forward to that. So we actually got the fire engine out over the weekend, and I don't know. I probably made a wrong call because it was at the shop all day on Monday, and so it got some maintenance done that it needed done, and its annual service done. But we got a couple other things we got to work on. That's a whole nother story for a whole nother day. And anyways, but mechanically, it's good, and ready to go. But so we got a couple things to work on. But I probably hindsight, with the weather and everything the way it went, I probably should have just let it set for another week, because we actually delayed its service at the shop probably almost 3 weeks because of different weather issues and salt on the highways and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Thought we could get it done, and kind of tried to push through. And it's one of those things that after you did it, it's like, you dumbass, you should have just let it set and just pushed it off a whole another week. But anyways, we're just trying to get it done because the shop gets real busy and it's hard to get things done. So, but anyway, that's life in the trucking industry. So anyways, I guess with that, we'll let you get a couple words in here, and it's good to hear Dean Michael come in on his little advertisement there. And
Dean is back.
I'm pretty sure
Dean is back.
And
yes.
I'm pretty sure Ryan is happy. The Dean is a good spokesperson for his doing his ad. That Ryan can actually get a break from doing an extra ad there. So I'm sure things are going on, and wish you guys the best of luck, because you're talking about the truck show there. I won't be able to make it this year. It's just not going to work out budget wise and everything. So I won't be there, but wish everybody the best, and wish Ryan the best of luck down there trying to rub elbows and pickpocket people and
round
get
us
advertisements.
round us up some new sponsors. That is the hope.
That's right.
That's the plan. Yes, indeed. All right, Horse Feathers. Well, thank you for checking in here. Just your week's off to a good start. Hey, I did get an email from our friend Santa Claus, who checks in typically from out in California way. He told us he's going to be taking a little trek to Brazil, a little vacation. So I guess he got there over the weekend, and he says, Steve, I have mixed feelings about our trip so far. The Brazilian culture is full of talented musicians and dancers, but so far it's been interesting on how far down the road of lawlessness they've gone. I already caught a dude trying to pickpocket me. A kid hit my wife riding his bike with no remorse. Had a lady friend of ours who was able to fend off a guy that grabbed her purse. Luckily, she had it wrapped around her arm. Traffic down here is a joke. Red lights are not observed. Pedestrians have to run for their lives while crossing streets. And vehicles endlessly use their horns to communicate. Poverty is noticeably worse than any other Latin American country I've visited. And I have traveled to most Latin American countries. The other thing that makes things difficult is the language. I speak fluent Spanish, but I'm having issues understanding Portuguese when it's spoke fast. Usually I can understand, but today, Tuesday, we'll be headed out for a week on an island about 30 miles offshore. I hope it'll get better. Bahia, Brazil is about 1 hour ahead of East Coast USA time. If I can stay awake, I'll try to catch the show there. But all right, Santa Claus, so he made the journey, safely got there. But that makes for an interesting journey. You got to watch your six, as they say. It's 844-3388, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. and more importantly, time. Hot Shot's secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, Scrapyard, Springdale, Arkansas. It's already down to 25 degrees. They're in Springdale. Shorty, Chicago should be turning the water green up there for St. Patrick's Day. That is the annual tradition, right? Yeah, awfully chilly for this St. Patrick's Day. I know in our hometown of the Queen City, they actually held their big St. Patty's parade over the weekend. So, although I wasn't here, I think they had some pretty nice weather because today would not be a good day for a St. Patrick's Day parade. Hello to Timmy the pilot. Check it in from Detroit. He said, Steve, when I left Juneau, Alaska this afternoon, it was 35 degrees. Now we've got 18 degrees here in Detroit. Snowing all over the state, blizzard conditions, weird weather for sure. Yes, it is. He goes on to say, I actually have a friend that is snowed in there in the UP of Michigan. They actually picked up 3 feet of snow, and they've got drifts up to 15 feet in some places. Wow. Well, Eden Spring right around the corner, just a few days away. Yes, it is. All right, let me see. Eskimo Mom said, Pup asked me to let you and all the listening friends know that he started out for Lexington, Kentucky, and actually turned around when the roads were getting bad. In addition, I-69 near the 255-mile marker is closed until 5:30 a.m., according to Google Maps. Neither one of us sure about the reason for the road closure, but I would welcome someone to give us a road report if you're stuck in that mess. He wouldn't have had much luck using I-75 because that's also been a mess tonight as well. So, yeah, some of those snow showers definitely creating some conditions. And obviously, there's no residual treatment left on the roads after the torrential rain and the thunderstorms late last week. And, of course, Sunday into Monday, that washed any salt. All right, Sneakers, welcome back. I was starting to have withdrawals from no show. Hee-haw. All right, ready to roll here. Jason, morning, Steve. Passing through Wichita, Kansas, 31. Skies are cloudy, dry roads, though. Got another load of steel telephone poles heading up to Iowa tonight. Be safe out there to all the listening friends. All right, Brian, good morning. Buckeye Boy said your shirt, that's close enough to green. All right, there you go. Ken, morning, checking in from Canada this morning, eh? There's Gary, morning. Welcome back, Steve. Happy Taco Tuesday, all the listening friends out there. Plowboy, Kansas City, Missouri, 21 degrees. Yes, damn cold. We're headed down to 13 after the 30-day looks great. With that being said, welcome back, everyone. Yeah, thanks for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and Hot Shot Secret. And thanks to Dean Michael, the tax doctor, for coming back on board with us. All right, so we mentioned a tale of two sides of the country. Looking out west, much of the Southwest, they tell us, are going to jump from spring-like conditions to what's going to feel like the middle of summer conditions. Summer-like heat this week. Temperatures are going to climb well into the 90s in many areas and even topping 100 degrees in some locations, which would be more typical of early summer. We'll break it down for you coming up. But phone lines available at 844-844-3388. News, a service of Industrial Injection, serving Cat, Cummins, Detroit, and more with fuel injection turbochargers and complete engine solutions. The knowledge you trust, the quality you depend on. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot Secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
USA Radio News, I'm John Sommers. President Trump says Cuba wants to make a deal with the U.S.
Trump told reporters while traveling to Washington on Air Force One that he thinks we'll pretty soon make a deal or do whatever we have to do. He went on to say that talks are ongoing, but that we're going to do Iran before Cuba. Cuban President Manuel Diaz-Canel on Friday confirmed that his government is holding talks with the Trump administration to address what he called bilateral differences and to identify areas of cooperation. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The State Department's offering a $10 million reward for information on Iranian leaders as the conflict in the Middle East continues.
Through its Rewards for Justice division, the State Department says it's seeking information on the key leaders of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and its component branches. The notice on the reward lists new Iranian Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. In his first public message since being appointed, Khamenei warned that he would avenge the blood of those who were killed during the strikes. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
President Trump's expected to announce an international coalition to escort oil tankers and other commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz.
The economically critical strait is a major transport corridor for oil and has been effectively closed by Iran since the U.S. and Israel attacked 2 weeks ago. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal the announcement could come this week. Meanwhile, oil prices have jumped and the average cost of gas in the U.S. has spiked 70 cents a gallon. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. The administration looks to revoke the legal protections for more than 350,000 Haitians and 6,100 Syrians as part of the president's immigration agenda. The Supreme Court agreed to take up the issue next week. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Trump administration sued California trying to block the state's strict emission standards for vehicles.
California's emission standards are stricter than those imposed by the federal government. The lawsuit challenges future and current clean air rules in the state, including some that have been in effect since 2012. The rules set declining limits on smog-causing pollutants. They also mandated automakers sell increasing percentages of electric and hybrid vehicles through last year. California has been allowed to set its own stricter auto emission standards since the 1960s because of its unique and severe air quality issues. I'm Daniel Martindale.
The American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology, and 9 other leading medical associations issued new cholesterol guidelines. They say this update's important because 1 in 4 adults has high levels of LDL, or so-called bad cholesterol. The new guidelines emphasize the need for earlier intervention through lifestyle changes such as avoiding tobacco, maintaining a healthy weight, getting regular exercise, and prioritizing sleep. The guidelines also recommend knowing your cholesterol numbers. Republicans in the Senate are expected to bring the Save America Act to the floor this week. President Trump and some Republicans are ramping up the heat on Senate Majority Leader John Thune to either suspend the filibuster to break the 60-vote threshold needed to pass the voter ID measure. Democrats are united in opposition, arguing that requiring ID would disenfranchise millions of voters. I'm John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, here we go. We are back at it live. I don't know, Technicolor. If you got us on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook. Yes, indeed, back in the saddle. For those just joining us, welcome. Trust your week's off to a good start as we wind things down on a Monday. We'll be turning the page from time zone to time zone Tuesday. St. Patrick's Day. Day number 17 here in March. And mentioned, wow, the warm-up really getting underway out west. While the east, southeastern portions of the country are again back in the deep freeze. We got a big-time heat dome that's going to have some staying power, which will be bringing midsummer-like temperatures to the southwestern USA. And it's going to stick around. It may not begin to weaken until maybe next weekend or early the following weekend. And that translates to a burst of summer-like heat building across the southwest this week. Temperatures in many areas into the 90s, some surpassing 100 degrees. We could be challenging some records. And the heat could hold on into the weekend. Again, when a large area of high pressure develops through much of the atmosphere, as it does during a heat dome, the air becomes very stable. Clouds struggle to form, rainfall unlikely. As the heat dome strengthens, temperatures just continue to climb. Let's take a look in Los Angeles, for instance. Downtown LA, record highs are going to be challenged or broken multiple days this week through Friday as temperatures climb into the 90s. Forecast highs in the upper 90s here for Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday this week. The all-time March record of 99 degrees, set back on March 29th of 1879, may be challenged in LA. The earliest 100-degree reading downtown occurred April 4 of 1989 during a multi-day heat wave then that produced high temperatures as high as 106 degrees. Las Vegas, across the mountains and the deserts to the east, Las Vegas forecast to reach 90 or higher from today, Tuesday, through next Monday, a full week. Records are going to be challenged through Saturday, and on some days, highs could exceed the previous records by anywhere from 7 to 10 degrees. If Las Vegas reaches 100 degrees this Friday, it would beat the city's earliest 100-degree temperature by several weeks. The current record for the earliest triple-digit high was May 1st of 1947, when the temperature hit 102. The historical average high here in mid-March for Las Vegas is more like 71 degrees. Phoenix forecasters projecting highs near 106 from Thursday through Saturday this week, which would break daily records by nearly 10 degrees. The earliest 100-degree reading in Phoenix was March 26, 1988. Average high would be upper 70s, near 80 this time of year. So temperatures through much of the interior southwest are going to run 20, 30 degrees above average this week into the weekend. Further to the north and east, looking here, record highs could be challenged or broken several days from Tuesday through the weekend. Salt Lake City, Albuquerque, New Mexico, records may be challenged or shattered on multiple days from now through Saturday. From later this week into the weekend, record highs are likely in Denver. Daily records during this stretch generally range from the upper 70s to the middle 80s. San Francisco, records are expected to fall several days, highs reaching the lower 80s there. Some of these records date back to the mid-1990s. Now, anyone considering swimming at Southern California beaches or wading into area streams, be aware. The water is cold. Ocean temperatures are near their lowest levels of the year in the North Pacific. The inland streams are barely above freezing as the snowmelt fuels the runoff there. Sudden immersion, like jumping into a lake, can trigger muscle cramps and cold water shock that increases the risk of drowning. Some streams are going to be running high and fast enough to sweep people off their feet. Parents need to be especially mindful of curious children playing at the edge of streams. For most areas during this heat, the wildfire danger should be relatively low with very light winds. Now, in areas from near the Rockies to the high plains, the risk of wildfires getting started will increase substantially due to the dry air, the dry vegetation, and the breezes there. But from one side of the country, record highs. The other, potentially some record low temperatures. All right, heads up. Got an update from Pappy. He's out there working the scene. I guess they've been out there for a few hours. I-74 at the Ohio-Indiana line shut down both directions. Had a couple of tractor trailers get together out there. The tow trucks have been on the scene, but again, shut down both directions until they get the tractor trailers out of there. Let's jump over to, I'm not sure who we got on board, but got a traffic update on the Indiana toll road. Who we got?
Hey, Steve, Toby. 110 to the 98 eastbound and westbound sides is white out. There's a big truck jackknifed in the ditch at the 106 on the westbound side. 108 to 105 is the right lane they have closed.
Mm-hmm. So some of those lake effect snow bands coming off, I guess, right?
South End has got a few areas where, it's spotty in places. Once I got out here to about the 65, it's just wet, kind of dry now. So It's pretty good the rest of the way. So, but yeah, it was pretty ugly over there in some places. And then from the 110 over to the Ohio state line, it was kind of spotty in places too. So that might explain that mess there on I-69 that other person was trying to tell you about. It was kind of crappy in a couple spots over there in that area. So I don't know.
I guess in some of these bands, I guess, or snow showers, you get an intense burst of snow that slickens everything up, and then you're back on dry roads a few miles later, right?
Yeah, I mean, that area over there, right there from like the 110 down to like the 85, 90, that usually has some pretty crappy winter stuff no matter what. I mean, I don't know what the deal is right there. If there's a lot of water in that area to help with the snows are coming out of Michigan, I'm not sure, to tell you the truth. It just always seems to suck there, and you got to watch yourself. But it is what it is. But I figured I'd holler out and let you know about that in case people are coming up on it or something like that. So
good deal. All right, appreciate the heads up. Everything else going all right? Your week starting out good?
Yep, doing well. I'm actually on my way back out to Northeast Iowa from home. I was out in Ohio visiting my wife and daughter out there, northeast of Cleveland, over the weekend and stuff. And then I'm actually in one of our cars because I drove the car out there Friday and then coming back now. But I got the all-wheel drive GMC Acadia, so it does pretty damn good in the winter. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
So, yep. So, being from Northeast Iowa, I have an idea what's going on in the wintertime. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Right. Yeah. So, yep. I don't know. But, okay, Steve, appreciate you. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for the check-in. Yes. So, safe travels out there. So, all depends. I mean, that's these snow showers that have been occurring off and on. I'm not sure. Eskimo Mom was reporting some of the roads in this region out there, kind of ugly. Pup actually turned around there, this early Tuesday. I mean, we had blizzard warnings down into even Iowa. There on Sunday morning, I was kind of tuning into AccuWeather, trying to gauge when we needed to get out of Georgia to stay ahead of the stormy weather safely. But in those blizzard, I'm looking at some of the photos there. Of course, they were kind of average. There's no better place to be in a blizzard. The Iowa 80, world's largest truck stop there. We do whatever it takes to make sure you have a safe place to lay over, warm food, hot showers, and a place to park. Now, that was posted this past day there. A lot of folks were kind of snowed in with the blizzard conditions there in portions of Iowa. Meanwhile, it's 844-844-3388. Over to some of our industry headlines. Right now, obviously, as the case has been, nothing's really changed since our last live conversation addressing the Strait of Hormuz. Yeah, when do we get the oil moving once again? Yeah, that's one of the top priorities. Of course, in the trucking sector, you're dealing with some of the highest fuel prices you've seen in years. Yeah, there are some owner-operators saying this may be the final nail in the coffin for their operations if fuel prices don't begin coming down in short order. This past day, we saw oil prices dropping and then jumping again. It's almost, you have to check back almost on an hourly basis. I'm looking at this moment, for the West Texas, that's the U.S. Crude price, running right about $95 per barrel. The international Brent crude prices have gone back over the $103 per barrel mark. The headline from here about an hour ago say crude prices up over 2% early this Tuesday morning as the ongoing war and fears of a prolonged disruption of the Strait of Hormuz pushes up global energy cost. This underscores how geopolitical tensions can tighten supply and transmit price shocks to import-dependent economies like India, raising risks for inflation, fuel cost. As of 7:43 a.m., of course, this is an international trade, the April contract of Brent crude on the Intercontinental Exchange was trading at $103.05, up 2.83% from the previous close. The April contract for West Texas Intermediate at $95.94. So, again, that was several hours ago, up 2.61%. Prices being lifted due to concerns of a prolonged blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. With little traction as President Trump's proposal for a U.S.-led naval coalition to ensure safe passage of vessels there. Yeah, we're all very familiar. This is a choke point with about 20% of the world's oil and liquefied natural gas supplies flowing through it. Recent report by the United Nations Trade and Development highlighted the scale of the risk here. The strait carrying a quarter of global seaborne oil trade, significant volumes of liquefied natural gas and fertilizers. Military escalation obviously has disrupted shipping flows through that narrow passage. How to get this thing reopened. I was following some of the headlines over the weekend. The president's somewhat agitated, apparently, that some of our allies and partners are not wanting to join in his request to help us get that Strait of Hormuz back up and running. Yeah, President Trump Monday repeating his call to help unblock and complained that some are not very enthusiastic about providing help to Washington. He wants other nations to help police the strait after Iran responded to the attacks using drones, missiles, mines to effectively close the channel. The president stating some are very enthusiastic and some aren't. Some are countries that we've helped for many, many years. We've protected them from horrible outside sources, and they weren't that enthusiastic. And the level of enthusiasm matters to me, he said. He also did say some did say they're willing to help, but he didn't actually use any names, didn't name countries. But as we're all continuing to watch the global markets here, there were several U.S. allies this past day, Monday, that said they had no immediate plans to send ships to unblock the strait. Germany, Spain, Italy, among allies that have ruled out participating in any mission in the Gulf, at least for this point in time. Other countries, a bit more circumspect, with Britain and Denmark saying they would consider ways they might help, but emphasizing a need to de-escalate and avoid getting dragged into the war. France has said they would probably help. Earlier this past day, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said the U.S. Was fine with some Iranian, Indian, and Chinese ships going through the Strait of Hormuz for now. That brought oil prices down a bit early on in the day, Monday. Again, without specifying which country or countries he spoke to, President Trump relayed a conversation that appeared to be a plea for help that was rebuffed. We have some countries where we have 45,000 soldiers protecting them from harm's way, and we've done a great job. We want to know, do you have any minesweepers? Well, would rather not get involved, sir. I said, you mean for 40 years we're protecting you, and you don't want to get involved in something that's very minor, as he put it? Very few shots going to be taken because they don't have many shots left. Of course, over the weekend, the president threatened further strikes on Iran's, Karg Island, that handles about 90% of Iran's exports after hitting military targets there, one of the largest bombing missions, they say, in the Middle East in decades that occurred over the weekend. Now, he lastly said the U.S. is in contact with Iran, although he doubted Tehran was prepared for any serious talks to try and end this conflict.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Of course, your fuel prices, one of the, probably the top expense of operating your trucking operation. According to a report from, I believe it was Landline this past day, it may have been FreightWaves, there are some owner-operators out there saying that the current rise in diesel prices may be the final nail in the coffin. Yeah, diesel prices up more than 85 cents per gallon since Operation Epic Fury launched. Rising diesel prices combined with difficult freight market that's been in place since the COVID boom are leaving owner-operators without many options, they tell us. One independent trucker, president of Hellbent Express, Jamie Hagan, spoke to the Daily Caller News Foundation. He said, for us to absorb this cost for much more than a few months could mean extinction. Fuel was the death blow to an already beaten-up industry. I said, our members often work load to load and can't simply raise their rates when fuel spikes the way some of the larger competitors can. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association said with freight rates already low, a sharp increase in diesel can quickly eat up what little margin a small trucking business might have left. Hagan also pointed out that immigrant truck drivers are partially to blame for the market currently has too many truck drivers for too few loads. Flooded with unqualified people. It's an absolute mess here with all different nationalities and almost non-speaking English. And they're willing to risk their lives for little reward. Now, for a period of time, the industry seemed a bit more optimistic about the effect of the current administration's crackdown on immigrant CDL holders, what it would have impact-wise on the market. But after years of high fuel prices and poor freight rates, owner-operators say that this recent spike may indeed be the final nail in the coffin. We'll pick up there following a news break and get back to your calls at 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other nations step in to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor which has effectively been closed by Iran. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers miss their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit strongtel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, coming up, we'll break it down. Monday. Yes, this past day. March 16 was kind of like D-Day for potentially several 100,000 drivers to ultimately lose their commercial driver's licenses over the next couple of years. Under the new Trump administration rule, again, that took effect this past day. All the details ahead. First, see what's going on with Pappy. How you been, Pappy?
We just got this, interstate open, Steve. Had a truck pulling a double with another big truck alongside of him. They hit an overpass that was frozen up. The guy hauling the back double got away from him, went over into the left lane, hit the other truck, and it all went to hell from there. Shut down both directions. We just got it cleared up. Man, I was hoping to be sitting there for another 10 minutes, but I had to pull off. So, Steve, what's the most valuable piece of real estate on the planet right now?
Strait of Hormuz, maybe?
Yep. You mentioned it earlier. Carb Island.
Okay, that's the first I'd ever heard of it.
I sent you an email. photo of it. Let me pull over here because I got some notes actually written down here.
Okay.
Listen, I think Trump's trying to get everybody focused on the strait. I think what his plan is, I don't know if you heard, they calling up some 82nd Airborne and like 5,000 Marines. And I heard old Alex Jones, death and gloom again, right? Talking about trying to control the area around the Straits of Hormuz, which, Steve, that's like a cliff, right? When you go through there, it's like a big cliff on the Iranian side. So they got artillery and all kinds of stuff up there on that hill that they can launch down into the straits.
Mm-hmm.
So it would probably not be a good idea to try to take that property. Now, with that said, I don't want everybody freaking out here. With boots on the ground, I think he's going to try to take Carb Island. This island's about 16 miles off the coast of southwestern Iran. It's about 1/3 the size of Manhattan. It's a small little island. 90% of Iranian's crude oil exports through there, Steve.
Correct.
Big time. 950 million barrels a year, 7 million barrels a day, and most of that's going to China. I think it was in 2024, $78 billion exports went through there. Steve, if he takes that island and takes control of that island, it's game over. It's checkmate to Iran. Because he controls their economy. They will, in fact, be bankrupt, so to speak.
Mm-hmm.
They won't be able to pay their little warriors out there. Once they aren't getting paid, I don't know. Not all of these troops that they got over there, these Iranian troops, are these diehards neither, Steve. Right? How come is it they all don't put on suicide vests, right? Only ones they can brainwash. But don't mistake what I'm saying, man. They're dangerous, okay? Don't mistake. But if they take this island and take control of that oil, the economy will collapse. The regime will collapse. And then if we can turn it back over to the Iranian people with a government that is aligned with the United States, right? And they would conform to the Abraham Alliance. See, this would change everything. It would ensure that China can't fund Iran again.
Mm-hmm.
Russia won't have to arm it. And it stops all these proxy wars. They ain't got the money to fund these proxies, Steve. We're not Obama, right? Delivering C-130s, nothing full of cash. So let's see, man. Listen, this is a dangerous situation, right? I mean, I'm not saying, listen, man, everything will just go peachy and cream.
Because from the beginning, we've been saying we don't want. Once you put boots on the ground, then you're talking. Everything goes to another level, right?
Yeah, but this isn't like boots on the ground to attack the country. They want to control that island. That's what I think is going to happen. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Control that oil. Because what Iran is doing is they're saying, hey, all right, you pay in the yen, not the American dollar. With this oil, we'll let you come through. I think I heard Pete Hesse say that from the first day the bombs got dropped, the drone attacks have went down 95%.
That is true.
But Steve, I'll tell you what still confuses me is we knew some would get through. I said it, man. We can't guarantee we're going to shoot down every daggone drone and missile they got. Even with our technology, Steve, I told you we own the space. We own space. Some of this stuff I have seen over the weekend when I was off with the Golden Dome covers the whole planet thanks to Trump and the Space Force and everything going on up there. Eagle was right. We got the capabilities to shoot down missiles with lasers from space. Any missile launched anywhere on the planet, we pick it up within microseconds. We know it. Last week when we talked, Iran did hit a couple tankers near the strait there.
Right.
They hit them with drones. And because I was wondering what took so long, what did Trump do in response? He sunk their navy, Steve. They had and they're talking. Listen, they're not going to lay no mines, man. All their mine layers have been taken out. They had 16 of them. They're all scrap metal now at the bottom of the ocean. The technology that the United States has now in mine sweeping is mind-blowing. It's all robotic, Steve. Just like these robotic cars, drones, they got robotic mine finders. Back in World War I, they used to send sailors out in a wooden boat because the mines would detect metal. They would literally send sailors out in a wooden boat to do the mine sweeping. Now it's done with robot boats. But yeah, the whole space deal is blowing my mind. Some of the stuff I am seeing. I heard they were calling up the 82nd Airborne. You're talking 20,000 troops and 5,000 Marines. And I think it's to take this island, not to try to take control of the area around the strait.
Okay.
Steve, I think they're even afraid to stick their nose out now. Did you see these drone attacks on the soldiers in the intersections that are doing these checkpoints? Right? They're hitting them with drones, man. They're going to be afraid to stick their nose out. So we'll see. And I hope it goes good. Because if it does, this thing could end very, very nicely. But we're just going to have to wait and see, man. Listen, I'm not all doom and gloom here, man, like some people are. I heard Jeffries today addressed from the Capitol, I guess, the people. Steve, oh my God, this dude, man. Unbelievable. I was sitting in the district doing some admin stuff, and he gave a little speech here from the Capitol. Man, there's just lies coming out of his mouth, man. They got no problem flat out looking in the camera and lying. Gaslighting. What's gaslighting mean again? You lie, you lie confidently, you lie repeatedly, and you hide people from the truth. And that's nothing. Everything media's doing, these whacked out leftists, everybody in Congress. For the last 10 years, how many of listeners out there listening right now have been thinking, every time these proxy groups, these terrorist groups out in the Middle East act up and do something, for the last 10 years, why ain't we stomping the hell out of Iran? Why don't we just do it and get it over with? Because nobody else had the balls to do it.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody. There's another podcaster that talked about in 1988, Trump was going around preaching his book, trying to sell his new book, The Art of the Deal. They found a paragraph in this book from 1988 talking about Iran. And in a paragraph, I think I took a screenshot of it. I'll send it to you. Trump said if Iran fires on one of our troops over there in the Persian Gulf, he would take the Kurd Island. Put an end to everything. He's known about this, Steve, since 1988. This ain't something new to him. Everybody's saying this. It hasn't been well thought out. Trump has no idea what he's doing.
Right.
Alex Jones saying he's a daggone puppet of Israel. Are you kidding me, Steve? Come on, man. Trump ain't a puppet to nobody. So I'm praying to God this goes as planned. And we can have peace in the Middle East. We can have peace in our hemisphere. Did you hear Cuba now?
Yes. In complete darkness.
Did you hear what they were saying? United States, we want to talk. Come on, man. Let's be pals now.
Well, and yet much like Iran here a few months ago, where the people were taken to the streets, that's what's unfolded in Cuba. The people of Cuba want this, I guess the leadership there, get out of here. Well, let's make a deal. Let's get the lights back on.
There's a lot of people saying, Trump killing all these leaders, but one dies, there's another one willing to step up. Well, are they really, Steve? You keep killing them, right? I don't think they're going to be too willing to step up to the plate if you know you're going to end up dead.
Correct.
We have the ability here to actually have peace in the Middle East, peace in our hemisphere, peace around the world for a while, and let everybody just kiss and make up afterwards to get along and live free, live prosperous, raise our families without worrying about some dude walking into your little girl's bathroom. Wokeness is going away, Steve. This is all a big game played by the globalists, man. All this craziness, upside down world. It's all over with. People are waking up. They're not falling for this bull crap. We're going to turn this world around. Let's give a double thumbs up. Hang tight. Let's hope this goes well. If it doesn't, I guess I'll be the first one to come out and say, damn the bad luck. But at least somebody finally has the balls to stand up and do something.
Yeah.
That's all I got, brother. I appreciate you taking the call. Man, it's cold out here.
Where did our 70 degrees go? Yep.
That wind is kicking. The snow was kicking. The traffic lights were swinging like it was a hurricane, man. So, all right, brother, be safe. Hey, one more thing.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure we got all these daggone Iranian terror cells here ready. What, Steve? If they had all these terror cells in here, why haven't they done something? You think if they had some serious, I'm talking about serious.
All right.
I'm not saying they're not in here, but if they were organized and ready to pounce, why haven't they? Why haven't they? Be prepared for lone gunmen, so to speak. That's the ones I'm worried about right now. Thanks for taking the call. Watch your 6. PC. Bye.
Watch your 6. There you go. Thank you, Pappy.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Right along the lines of what Pappy was just talking about. Retired General Wesley Clark speaking on Newsmax Wake Up America this past morning. He was kind of alluding to the same thing. That President Trump could ultimately decide to send U.S. troops into Iran, not for an invasion, but to help secure the shipping and naval forces in the Strait of Hormuz there. So again, Pappy brought that up, and I thought we'll give you more on what the retired general had to say. First, though, the big news in the trucking industry, March 16 was the day. Now, moving forward, remember the day after the State of the Union address when President Trump spoke about trucking during that address, and he mentioned something called Delilah's Law that was introduced the following day. Delilah's Law would require all of you, all 3.5 million CDL holders, to recertify within 180 days or 6 months. Adam Wingfield at FreightWaves published the most thorough breakdown of Delilah's Law to date, examining the bill's text directly against public claims about what it contains, and the gaps are significant. Now, this legislation that the Senate bill by Senator Jim Banks, the House companion, House Resolution 7793, carries 4 operative provisions, he explains. It would restrict CDL eligibility to citizens, lawful permanent residents, and H-2A, H-2B, or E-2 visa holders. It would mandate revocation of CDLs from non-qualifying individuals, whether or not such persons have work authorization. It will require English-only CDL testing and mandate a universal 180-day recertification for every CDL holder in the country. I mean, 3.5 to 4 million drivers. A lifetime ban applies to first-time violations of the status requirement. The FMCSA's final rule codifying the same eligibility standard took effect on Monday. Notably, the whether or not such persons have work authorization clause would then sweep in the likes of DACA recipients, temporary protected status holders, asylum pending status, legal statuses that do not appear on the qualifying list. J.B. Hunt's analysis said somewhere between 214 and 437 drivers could be removed from the workforce over the next 2 to 3 years. We'll pick up there following a news update, a service of industrial injection since 1985. Counting on us for the equipment you need to keep running. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other countries step up to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor, which has effectively been closed by Iran. Garrett Haake reports.
President Trump over the weekend posting other countries must help keep the Strait of Hormuz open, naming the UK, France, Japan, South Korea, and China as potential allies. But so far, none has suggested a willingness to send forces.
President Trump says China should step in, arguing it gets much of its oil from Iran. In an interview with the Financial Times, President Trump said he wants to clarify China's position before traveling to Beijing for a planned summit at the end of the month, and he might delay the trip. The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. The administration looks to revoke the legal protections for more than 350,000 Haitians and 6,100 Syrians as part of the president's immigration agenda. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it and seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
Trump said fraud happens in red and blue states, but he thinks it's happening more in Democrat-led states, again calling out the Somali community in Minneapolis and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers missed their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. According to the Department of Homeland Security, there were more than 111 incidents where shortages threatened operational integrity, which the agency described as hotspots. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Law enforcement agencies in the Los Angeles area issued a warning about what's called bank jogging.
The crime, which targets people after withdrawing cash from ATMs or banks, is on the rise. Suspects watch their targets withdraw cash, then follow them. In several cases, suspects have deflated victims' tires, forcing them to pull over, then they rob them. Authorities say suspects are more likely to target people who are alone when withdrawing large sums of money. People are advised to be aware of their surroundings after leaving ATMs and banks. I'm Daniel Martindale.
Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. The storm system brought blizzard conditions to the Midwest and a rare severe storm threat along the East Coast. Thousands of flights are canceled, with the storm impacting several major airlines, including Southwest, Delta, and American. JBS meatpacking plant workers in Greeley, Colorado went on strike.
Close to 4,000 people braving the freezing temps to push for a better contract and safer working conditions. Union President Kim Cordova says there needs to be respect for the dangers of the job, and JBS is not acknowledging that. She says the strike is scheduled to last 2 weeks, but could be extended if JBS continues to refuse to meet at the negotiating table. Reporting in Greeley, I'm Keenan Dixon.
Hollywood's biggest night is in the books. One battle after another was the evening's top winner during the 98th Academy Awards. I'm John Sommers, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive. with Steve Summers.
And away we go, another hour as we close out a Monday. Make our way into a Taco Tuesday. I don't know. It's supposed to be Green Beer Day, St. Patrick's Day. That's like kegs and eggs, right? You head out for breakfast. Gives you some green scrambled eggs. Drink some green brewskis. Happy St. Patrick's Day. All right, we left off there with the most in-depth breakdown of what is referred to as Delilah's Law. It has not yet passed, but kind of explaining if this does. That's the first I had heard about virtually every CDL holder having to recertify. The Freight Waves report said right now there are two things every carrier needs to act on before this passes. First, number one, the 180-day universal recertification applies to every CDL holder, regardless of citizenship. Now, he says, obviously, State Department of Motor Vehicles are not equipped to process millions of appointments in 6 months' time. And for carriers out there, if you wait, you're going to get caught in the backlog. So, number one, schedule early. Second, carriers need to audit your driver files right now against this new eligibility standard. As we said, what we call dreamers or DACA recipients, temporary protected status drivers, are not exempt under the current bill's text. Craig Fuller of Freight Waves described the potential capacity contraction as he referenced it as a trucking supercycle. Carriers who are compliant and operationally ready will be running in a market with significantly fewer drivers, he explains. This is even making national mainstream headlines. Take you over to the Washington Post this past day, stating some 200,000 immigrant drivers will begin losing their commercial driver's license as they expire under the new Trump administration rule that took effect this past day, Monday. The Transportation Department's rule will weigh heavily on the beleaguered trucking industry, which is critical to transporting goods across America at a time when energy costs are soaring due to the war in Iran. But as just explained, the rule bars immigrants who are asylum seekers, refugees, DACA, or any of them from obtaining commercial driver's licenses. The widening campaign against immigrant truck drivers following several high-profile accidents. Those with valid commercial licenses will lose their driving privileges as their licenses expire, not immediately, not in one failed swoop. There are many drivers out there. They cite the example of a 41-year-old Oleski Semenovsky of Pennsylvania. He has driven long-haul trucks since 2020. As things stand, he will lose his license this September. Now, he's one of the plaintiffs in a lawsuit against the Trump administration looking to invalidate the rule. He said, I have a completely clean driving record, no accidents, no violations, I pay taxes. They're roasting me under open fire for not having done anything illegal. Now, trucks, of course, the main way goods, whether it's food to heavy machinery to hazardous materials, are transported all over the country, moving more than 70% of the nation's freight with long hours, low pay, dangerous road conditions, and extended periods away from home. trucking is plagued by a high turnover rate. Many Americans have left the industry. Immigrants have moved in amid worsening working conditions and deregulation. But under the new rule, immigrants with a variety of temporary protections will no longer be able to obtain a commercial driver's license, regardless of whether they're authorized to work in the United States. For far too long, America's allowed dangerous foreign drivers to abuse our licensing systems, wreaking havoc on our roadways, says Transportation Secretary Son Duffy in a statement announcing the rule last month. As we have been following very closely since last summer, the Trump administration highlighted a number of fatal accidents involving immigrant drivers to push these new restrictions. Immigrants often cannot be vetted for their driving history outside the U.S., also suggesting that those who have illegally obtained licenses are driving down wages and driving down the working conditions for the American truck drivers. Non-citizens must have work authorization to obtain commercial licenses in the U.S. Opponents of the rule say the administration is discriminating against immigrants with no evidence that they cause more accidents. Of course, they say to obtain a CDL, immigrants and non-immigrants alike have to go to driving schools and pass tests. The Trump administration has conceded that there's no empirical relationship between a person's nation of domicile and safety outcomes. But in recent months, the administration's clampdown has accelerated the strengthened rules and enforcement. It's not a new rule, just enforcing the English language requirements in roadside tests, resulting in thousands of drivers losing their right to drive. The announcement back in December that they had revoked the accreditations of nearly 3,000 driver training centers for failing to meet federal standards. Secretary Duffy has threatened to withhold federal funds from states including California, New York, Pennsylvania, where federal audits identified improperly issuing commercial driver's license. As I mentioned earlier, the president actually called on Congress during the State of the Union to pass further legislation restricting immigrants from obtaining such licenses. Jim Banks introduced a bill the following day, Delilah's Law. The bill's moving through Congress, but has not yet made it to a final vote. Louis Pugh, vice president of OOIDA, said they support the rule, stating it will make the highway safer. Deregulation has drawn more poorly trained immigrants into an industry with lower barriers to entry. Our members support anything that will make the roads safer, not only for them, but all the families that share the highway. While transportation experts do not expect the rule to have a major impact on the industry, the regulations could indeed lead to companies charging higher rates as the workforce shrinks, which would translate possibly to higher prices for American consumers. Greg Reed, a transportation attorney who specializes in regulatory issues, said, "I've not heard any concerns about labor shortages or significant disruption to the supply chain or the transportation industry, but this change will be reflected in the cost of doing business." We mentioned the Russian asylum seeker earlier, Semenovsky, who's despaired over what this rule will mean for his trucking business and his ability to support his wife and his 14-year-old daughter. A lawyer by profession, he fled Russia for the United States in 2019 with 3 suitcases after facing threats of a fabricated criminal case related to his government opposition. Hearing about driver shortages during the pandemic, he started a long-haul trucking business. He took out loans of roughly $200,000 for a tractor and trailer that he's still paying for. But for the past 4 years, he's transported heavy machinery, building materials, food, Amazon merchandise across all 48 lower states. This rule, he says, is devastating for his family. Breaking down in tears. I've built this small business relying on my driving privileges. I didn't think anyone can take this away just for being an immigrant. 844-844-3388. Separately, we'll give you more details. One of those high-profile incidents Sean Duffy was referencing involving illegals, unskilled drivers, was an accident that took several lives in Indiana last month. Just announced last Friday. There were 4 trucking operations, 4 separate companies that have been now shuttered as of Friday due to that accident. More details ahead there. First, promise to get back to the calls. And, well, Big Ed, are you with me?
Well, I am tonight, Steve. How you doing?
Doing well. Long time no. Are you on the road again? Last time we spoke, you were talking about getting back in the truck.
Oh, yeah, I'm back out here. Just doing my thing. Running up down the highway. Doing things the government's way.
Right.
Well, I ain't doing it my way, you know. I told Trump I think I'm done with college football right quick. So, but that's a conversation for a later date. This recertification, did I hear you say correctly the whole IDA is behind it?
That was, they're behind you getting the illegal drivers or whatnot. If they're behind Delilah's law, that means they're behind, the law says recertification of everybody.
Yeah, but why should, I'm like that other guy, why the hell should I have to be recertified? I've been driving 40-something years.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I should have to be recertified. Why? I mean, what kind of recertification are they talking about? You got to go back to do a government-mandated driving school. You got to go take all these damn tests. How much money? Is this a big money grab again? They say money's the root of all evil.
Like I said, that was the first I had heard about all drivers having to recertify.
Yeah, you're full of it. I'm sorry. No, Steve, common sense seems to be one thing we lack in this country. The pure-ass common sense. We know what the problem is. We know what created the problem. Shut the doors, get rid of the problem. ATA created the problem, screaming we're driver shortage. Everybody turned a blind eye and they started letting these non-domiciled drivers out here, people that didn't have no experience. Now, I seen a guy yesterday, Steve, training another driver. The trainer looked like he was an American. The driver he had looked like he was probably from Haiti or Somalia. Don't see too many ragheads out here, okay? I see a lot of Haitians and Somalians. And the 2 wide open spots, he's trying to teach this kid out a 45-degree back. I sat there for 20 minutes, being patient. And finally, the trainer, I told him, I said, look, I need to park this. I said, why don't you circle back around because there's a pull-in hole that I was wanting to grab. And so he I told him, I said, look, I understand you're trying to teach him, but I said, we're blocking it up back here. So he moved him around where I could pull into where I wanted to pull into.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't going to back if I don't have to. And he wouldn't let the kid take the pull in. But it just, you could tell that boy was fresh out of driving school, which apparently he wasn't taught to back in driving school. I don't know. But it's just, there was, once I got settled, there was a guy trying to pull into the hole beside me. Now, he was kind enough to get up, come over and pecked on my door, and he said, "Hey, man, will you pull up this little bit so I can get on in here without hitting your trailer?" And I said, "Yeah, no problem," and I did. But we was communicating, you see what I mean? He was smart enough to communicate, "Hey, I can't get into that hole unless you pull up a little bit." And that's what we need, more people communicating. And then no sooner than he got parked, and another white guy walks over and says, "I can't believe you had to pull up and let him get in that hole." "Well, what's in his skin off your damn nose?" He needed a little help. I helped him. But anyway, that being here nor there, is I'm totally against this recertification crap. You know, not all the drivers, and I'm sorry, hey, I'm an American. Is it wrong to say I'm a proud American truck driver? I shouldn't have to be recertified. And I don't know, but, you know, I kind of figure my health is what'll beat me out of this truck. But all these stinking rules and regulations that they make it tougher on the people that's obeying the law and doing the things right we have for 40 years. I wonder how many other American drivers listen to me behind that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you kind of get tired of being kicked around when all you've done is try to do everything legal. You know, I log legal. I don't speed. I don't try to clog up the construction zone so I can be the first one in line. I back off and just motor along. God, man, it just, you know, like I say, it's nice to see the ragheads gone. And if that's putting people down, I'm sorry, you know, the hat bit, wear it. But it, yeah, I wanted to give my 2 cents on that. I think it stinks. Was it Delilah? Was she killed in an accident?
Yes, it was a little girl that was actually with her father that they had at the State of the Union. The president addressed her. The accident didn't take her life, but she had serious injuries, and I can't remember, lifetime damage. That was the gist of Delilah's Law.
Well, you know, my condolences. Feel bad that she got hurt out here, but let's say who's the one that hurt her? Somebody shouldn't have been driving.
Correct.
You know, and Steve, I you know, these driving schools, and I ain't just talking about foreign drivers. You know, these young American kids, they've got to be. And I mean more than just 2 or 3, 4, 5 weeks. They need to be with a seasoned trainer. And we've discussed this before. Maybe 6 months to a year before you turn them loose by themselves. And I know a lot of people might disagree with that. But it ain't just, you know, the foreign drivers that are ignorant. And I don't mean to be harsh on what I'm saying. Of these new drivers out there on the road. Because, you know, these load planners or these brokers try to push these drivers around. I mean, it's like I latched on the load that I had to take to Nashville, and no sooner than I got it, the damn broker blowing up my phone. I finally got in the middle of his ass. So what I'm going to have to do? Put up with your phone calls every 6 hours? What's the problem here?
Mm-hmm.
I said, your load will be here this day, this time. And I said, I'll let you know when I get it there. But don't be blowing up my phone. He said, well, that's part of my job. I said, well, my job is to drive this truck and not be answering the phone when I'm running down the highway every 2 hours because you're wanting to know where I'm at with the load. I said, but if you want a tracker, fine. Give me an app. I'll let you track it. But don't blow up my phone. Other than that, call my dispatcher. And I called my load planner, and I said, hey, you call that broker and tell him to lose my damn phone number because I don't answer these skunks. I'm just refused to sit and deal with brokers. I'm not going to do it. But they push, people like that, if they're pushing me around, God knows what they're doing to these younger drivers. And whether or not their dispatchers or their load planners are backing them up. Because by law, if I'm sitting there in the bunk, I'm on my off-duty hours. If I answer that phone to a damn broker, well, guess what? I'm on duty. And that's, by law, I can't do that. You cannot be answering your phone. My dispatcher, if he calls, hey, no. You might text, and I'll look at it in the morning. But
yeah,
when I shut down, don't be blowing up my damn telephone, because I'm off duty. So anyway, other than that, Steve, I guess everybody's alive out here. So sorry y'all ain't having my funeral yet. I'm still alive.
Are you gonna make it to Louisville this year or no?
No.
Okay.
No, I won't. I see where Josh is playing down in Florida and the Carolinas here for the whole month of March and first part of April. Well, who knows? I might catch one of his shows. So, did he ever call in?
He hasn't called the show yet. Not yet.
Well, I run my own line of travel, Steve. I was hoping he'd call in, but he's pretty busy. So
I know. I saw his schedule earlier. A bunch of stops. North Carolina, Florida.
Yeah, matter of fact, I was in Greenville, where he's going to be here in a couple of weeks. I was just over there last week. Well, I know this Jekyll Hyde weather is horrible. I was going to go north. I'm trying to tell my load planner keep me down south. I get down south, but I'm down south tonight. What to do? It's just damn cold.
Right.
I'll be glad this stinking weather breaks, man. I mean, that's pneumonia causing stuff. So, anyway, yeah, I'm curious how many drivers, and actual American drivers are behind would support this
having to recertify.
I'm sure they'll have to have what they do every time they want to stick their nose in their business, want everybody to make comments on it. So I'm sure they'll have to
30-day comment period, something along that line. Yeah, and we have to pause. News: a service of industrial injection, fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other nations step in to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor which has effectively been closed by Iran. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers missed their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th to the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Back at it here. Rolling into a Tuesday, St. Patrick's Day. Looking at some of the photographs, I just rolled through there Sunday afternoon. Yeah, I-75, Southern Kentucky. Of course, at the time, it was like 73 degrees, a beautiful day. Apparently some of these, snow showers this past day had made it all the way down to Corbin, Kentucky. 16 vehicle pileup there on I-75 between exit 25 and 29. That is in a construction zone. The lane's a little bit narrower there, but yeah, you can see in the photographs the snow cover. Obviously, there were slick conditions. Yeah, probably started on an overpass or something, I presume. But all right, meanwhile, we were left off there. We were chatting with Big Ed, the recertification. Yeah, Delilah's Law. Yes, introduced. Delilah was 5 years old, seriously injured in a crash that involved an illegal immigrant. Yeah, someone who had no business behind the wheel. I mentioned last Friday, federal officials announced that 4 Motor carriers have been sidelined following the ongoing investigation into that multiple fatality crash that took place in Indiana last month. Sean Duffy announcing that the following 4 carriers tied to this high-profile crash that took place have been taken out of service by the FMCSA. That would be KG Line Group Incorporated, Tutash Express One LLC, RMP Hauling, and Valkens Trucking LLC. And we're not done yet, he says. A coordinated chameleon carrier network where operators change their names and their DOT numbers to hide from law enforcement is responsible for this horrific crash. He said the DOT will leave no stone unturned until every bad actor is held responsible. Now, he said that the 4 carriers were tied to the crash that took place February 3rd, when a 30-year-old Bekshan Bajevsky was driving a semi-truck on State Route 67, failed to slow for stopped traffic, swerving into the westbound lane, striking a van carrying 6. 4 of the van's occupants perished in that crash. Now then, on February 13, the DOT announced that Bashevsky's employer, AJ Partners, had been taken out of service along with 2 other shady carriers connected to AJ Partners, stating that certification had been yanked also from what they referred to as a sham school, driver training school, IDANA, that helped the illegal trucker get a license in the first place. I guess my question now is, so you've taken these 4, shady characters out of service, but they were already, obviously having been a chameleon carrier, they had already been taken out of service. Do they have the ability, have they got things updated? Because there had been no real follow-up. This has been the pattern for how many years now? You take a company out of service, they 3 months from now, these guys could be back out on the road again if they haven't got things up to date in the system. But those are the ones that need to be recertifying.
Bingo. And I'm going to tell you something else. And I would be 100% for it. How about American Motor and Public? The 4-wheelers. How about, once these young people get their license, certain time period, they got to go back and be recertified and taught, mind you, with emphasis on how to operate a car around an 18-wheeler. Because everybody sees it out here, or that or you're damn dumb and blind if you don't. The motor and public, in my humble opinion, probably creates half the damn wrecks you see, whether it be a certified American driver or maybe even one of these foreigners. It's just, they don't know how to come out here off an on-ramp onto a busy interstate. They'll come out there and, Mall, let's go uptown and see if we can irritate the truck drivers and get their ass out there at 35 miles an hour, and there I'm doing 65 and 70. And they will not punch. Now, every now and then you'll get somebody who's got some common sense, and they'll get out there and they'll punch on it. That's what I want to see. I want to see you punch on that damn thing and get the hell out of my way, because I may not be able to move over to the left. And you're going through these major metropolitan areas, the trucks are restricted to 2 lanes halfway through there.
Yep.
You've got to wait till you get out on the outer edges of the big city limits before they've lifted lane restrictions. And so there you got 2 other lanes. You got 4 lanes. We're restricted to 2. And so the motoring public's trying to get over to the 2 fast lanes, and guess whose ass are cutting off? I don't mean to use that kind of
Right.
language, but it's the truth. You see it when you're out there in your car, Steve. All I know is when I'm in my personal vehicle and I'm getting onto an interstate, man, I'm punching on it. If I've got room, if I can see, okay, I ain't going to have room, so I'm going to slow down, let my obstacles get past me, then I'll speed up. And, you know, I'm not going to cut a big truck off because I don't want to get rear-ended. So how about we start recertifying the motor in public? Hell, there's a money grab. You want to grab somebody's money, go grab some more of their money, because leave mine alone, would you? Yeah, we can get rid of all the bad actors, but still yet, if you don't solve that problem with the motor in public, your accident rate, in my opinion, is not going to go down. I mean, it's the one goal. Got a perfect world, we have 0 accidents. Same thing with the weather, you know. Now today, I fought snow flurries all day long from Nashville down here by Montgomery. The roads never got bad, but it's just wind was blowing. And that's another thing. You get out here, you fighting these big trucks, fighting these windstorms, and you know, for whatever reason, they don't feel like they need to pull over, and then some of them end up on their sides. So I guess that's between them and their company. But right quick, you heard any more about the ELD thing? Are they still wanting screaming to do away with the ELD?
I haven't heard much of an update on that. I know the FMCSA's finally going through all these ELDs and trying to pull them out of service if they're not doing what they're supposed to do.
Mine's complied. That's another thing. I think that we just need to keep these ELDs. I don't have no issue with it. I operate it just the way it's supposed to be operated, like the logbook. And if you go take it away and start going back to logbooks, everybody's screaming get rid of the ELDs wanting to double log anyway. I'm sorry if that offends you, but bite me. That's all I can tell you. A good truck driver knows that the ELD is not the reason for accidents out there with big trucks. Steve, I probably irritated a few folks just the fact they found out I'm still alive. So I will get off here, and we'll talk later about why I gave up on college football. I don't have to tell you, but it's a sad state of affairs when you got to have the president of the United States interfering in a college sport. I am going to sit back and try to enjoy the basketball playoffs. So that's for darn sure. So, thank you, Steve.
March Madness. Yes, I get. They had Selection Sunday. Who's in? Who's out? And I'm looking at a post. Some of the photographs apparently yesterday. Where Cubans in New Jersey sounding the horn for freedom, a car caravan, rolling down Bergline Avenue, honking the horns, waving Cuban and American flags, showing unbreakable solidarity with the brave protesters on the island that are finally rising up against decades of communist oppression. The spark is the endless blackouts, food shortages, and a failing regime worsened by the U.S. pressure that refuses to let up on the dictatorship. Just a few days ago, fed-up Cubans in Moran ransacked the Communist Party office in a rare explosion of rage. They're saying the people have had enough of the lies, the poverty, and the chains. This report says the message is clear. President Trump understands the fight against tyranny, and the Cuban exile community stands ready for real change. The tide appears to be turning. Communism days in Cuba are numbered. The spark, and I guess what brought the people out here in New Jersey, officials in Cuba reporting an island-wide blackout. The entire country of 11 million people as the energy and economic crisis deepens. The Ministry of Energy and Mines, posted on X, noted a complete disconnection of the country's electrical system and said they're investigating. President Miguel Diaz-Canel warned that the island has not received oil shipments in more than 3 months and that it's operating on solar power, natural gas, and thermoelectric plants. Just over a week ago, there was a massive outage that affected most of the west portions of the island. Millions without power then. Cuba blaming their woes on the U.S. energy blockade. President Trump warned in January tariffs on any country that tried to sell or provide oil to the island. But on the island, I saw reports, especially after the sun went down this past evening, many people taking to the streets. Much like Iran, I guess the leadership in Cuba tries to quell, maybe arrest anyone out there trying to protest the communist leadership there. All right, Cuba's national electric grid collapses. Millions without power. That was a headline from Fox News here this past day. Island-wide blackout. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Back at it here. Hey, it's been a while. Long time, no talked. Always moving. How the heck are you?
Fabulous and amazing, and I'm starting to sparkle a little bit on the inside.
Well, that's great.
Yeah. I've had some things change in my life, which were very positive, and I've come alive again. So that's really nice. And so I tried to head home from Columbus down I-71, and just south of Columbus hit a snow squall, and cars started going off in the ditch, and the next thing you knew, it was the absolute worst black ice I have ever seen in my life. There's semis that were off on the side, and they were flipped over, cars all over. You couldn't go forward. It was awful. And I made it down to the rest area between Jeffersonville and 35, and that was it. I'd had it. And I got in there about 11:15, and I've been sitting in there for a couple of hours, and finally a highway patrolman came in, and I pulled up next to him and said, "So is it open yet?" I'm scared to go out there. And she said, "Yeah." She said, "Just be very, very careful." She said, "It's bad." And most people out here, there's hardly any semis out. I was really, the exit ramps are full, but what was really shocking was when I went by the 35 mall there, it's 71 and 35, the mall parking lot was full of semis. I've never seen that before.
Wow.
But there are some semis that are moving. I'm still doing, I'm up to 40 with my flashers on and just taking my time because I don't need to be in the ditch. I don't need any of that.
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
so, yeah, I just had never seen black ice that much, that long, with that many wrecks. And that, I mean, it was the darndest thing. And to go from 74 yesterday to black ice today.
Exactly.
I was like, whoa, what happened? I really thought that when I thought, well, a little bit of snow, it's Ohio spring, it'll be okay. It'll melt when it hits the ground. But yeah, I don't know what happened up there on the highway. So anyway, so I thought, well, I'll just give Steve a call. I haven't gotten to talk to you guys in a long time, and thought I'd stop in and say hi and miss all of you. Think about you all the time. And but yeah, I've had some good things happen in my life lately, and so it's nice to finally have a 28-year relief coming my way. So that's nice. Everybody has a story, and I've had mine. So
I'm glad.
Just kind of looking forward.
Glad to hear
Yeah, looking
that.
forward to doing some new things.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and so other than that, still working all my jobs and making it. So that's a good thing. And my well pump went out. I had been really having issues the last 3 years. I mean, really bad issues. And finally I came home one night on a Friday night, and it was gone. There was nothing. There was no water anywhere at the house or in the barn or anywhere. And I'm like, well, need a well pump. And it was 35 years old. And so I thought, well, it's got to be easy enough to do. And sure enough, I called a company, local company, and pulled my chair up and watched them and watched how it was done, and thought, well, I could have done that. I couldn't have done the electrical part. But by the time I'd have gone to buy all the parts and the torches and the saws and stuff and everything, I'm like, nah, it's easier to pay somebody to do it. But I now know how to do it if I ever have to. And now I have water coming out everywhere. It's just a lot of fun.
Wow.
Yeah. And so that's what's going on in my life. Everything that was good to hear Big Ed.
Yeah.
He didn't make me mad. I love hearing Big Ed.
There you go.
Yeah. And did you have a good Valentine's Day?
Good Valentine's Day. Just got back from Georgia with seeing the in-laws. Lisa's mom celebrated her 85th birthday over the weekend. So, yes, indeed.
Oh, how wonderful. How wonderful. Congratulations to her. That's great. I've unfortunately been watching I won't get into it. It's too depressing. But anyway, yeah. So I'm plugging along, doing my thing, and one of these days, once I sparkle enough, I think I'll start to shimmer a little bit too. So that'll be fun.
Something to look forward to.
I'm just trying. It's good to talk to you.
Thank you for the update. Get back to the home 20 safely there. I guess these snow squalls. It's pretty much par for the course. You get and it's been going on all afternoon into the evening. I'm going back to this past evening in Indiana, I-65. About in the area of the 190-mile marker was a complete whiteout with the snow and the heavy crosswinds, all kind of slide-offs on both sides of the interstate. Yeah, it's just anywhere you find those snow squalls, which they're still out there. I mean, throughout the region. Kentucky, over into central West Virginia. You've seen more of these squalls from like Louisville over toward Lexington. Indianapolis, you're still seeing some of those squalls come through. Areas north and east of Cincinnati. Take it slow and be aware. The black ice could very well be a thing there. All right, got a news break coming away. I did get an email from Philip this morning. Apparently he he called in this morning. Not sure what the deal was, but said he'll check in Wednesday morning for our hump day, as he calls it. Meanwhile, we'll get to who we got, the anonymous hippopotamus. Eagle looks to check in coming up in our next hour. Plowboy and room for you at 844-844-3388. Waymo does it again. Video capturing a Waymo autonomous vehicle stopped inside the railroad crossing, literally just feet from the tracks in Austin, Texas. Fortunately, the passing train narrowly missed the driverless vehicle. There were no passengers in the vehicle at the time. The number of potential train passengers was not reported, but they say Waymo vehicles have safely traversed railroad crossings millions of times, fully autonomously, according to a statement. They said that the vehicle performed a controlled stop about 8 feet before reaching the tracks in this particular scenario. News, a service of industrial injection. Since 1985, diesel owners have counted on us for fuel injection, turbochargers, and engine solutions from light-duty pickups to heavy-duty equipment. IndustrialInjection.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm John Sommers. President Trump says Cuba wants to make a deal with the U.S.
Trump told reporters while traveling to Washington on Air Force One that he thinks we'll pretty soon make a deal or do whatever we have to do. He went on to say that talks are ongoing, but that we're going to do Iran before Cuba. Cuban President Manuel Diaz-Canel on Friday confirmed that his government is holding talks with the Trump administration to address what he called bilateral differences and to identify areas of cooperation. I'm Mark Mayfield.
The State Department's offering a $10 million reward for information on Iranian leaders as the conflict in the Middle East continues.
Through its Rewards for Justice division, the State Department says it's seeking information on the key leaders of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and its component branches. The notice on the reward lists new Iranian Supreme Leader Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of former Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. In his first public message since being appointed, Khamenei warned that he would avenge the blood of those who were killed during the strikes. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
President Trump's expected to announce an international coalition to escort oil tankers and other commercial vessels through the Strait of Hormuz.
The economically critical strait is a major transport corridor for oil and has been effectively closed by Iran since the U.S. and Israel attacked 2 weeks ago. U.S. officials told the Wall Street Journal the announcement could come this week. Meanwhile, oil prices have jumped and the average cost of gas in the U.S. has spiked 70 cents a gallon. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. The administration looks to revoke the legal protections for more than 350,000 Haitians and 6,100 Syrians as part of the president's immigration agenda. The Supreme Court agreed to take up the issue next week. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
No matter who we are, or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The Trump administration sued California trying to block the state's strict emission standards for vehicles.
California's emission standards are stricter than those imposed by the federal government. The lawsuit challenges future and current clean air rules in the state, including some that have been in effect since 2012. The rules set declining limits on smog-causing pollutants. They also mandated automakers sell increasing percentages of electric and hybrid vehicles through last year. California has been allowed to set its own stricter auto emission standards since the 1960s because of its unique and severe air quality issues. I'm Daniel Martindale.
The American Heart Association, the American College of Cardiology, and 9 other leading medical associations issued new cholesterol guidelines. They say this update's important because 1 in 4 adults has high levels of LDL, or so-called bad cholesterol. The new guidelines emphasize the need for earlier intervention through lifestyle changes such as avoiding tobacco, maintaining a healthy weight, getting regular exercise, and prioritizing sleep. The guidelines also recommend knowing your cholesterol numbers. Republicans in the Senate are expected to bring the Save America Act to the floor this week. President Trump and some Republicans are ramping up the heat on Senate Majority Leader John Thune to either suspend the filibuster to break the 60-vote threshold needed to pass the voter ID measure. Democrats are united in opposition, arguing that requiring ID would disenfranchise millions of voters. I'm John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Hey, we've got us a Tuesday underway as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Good to have you with us. Hey, back at it. Promise we'd get back to the calls and the anonymous hippopotamus.
Yeah, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. Hopefully the call is clear.
Oh, we may have to do a take two this time.
All right.
Doesn't that seem to be the case? Yep. Oh, boy. Hey, let's see what we got going with Eagle this morning. Are you with us? Morning, Eagle.
Yeah, I'm here tonight, Steve. Yeah, I'm here. I dozed off for about 30 minutes ago, but yeah, I'm back out here, back listening. Yeah, I got some serious things to talk about, Steve. I think this is probably the first time I ever talked to you since the U.S. has actually been at war, and some things need to be talked about. It's going good right now, but I don't like the direction that it's going. I don't like the direction that Trump is talking about going, because it's not necessary. But before I get to that, Steve, I want to talk about the weekend in auto racing. Because you wasn't working yesterday. I want to talk about Denny Hamlin. Denny Hamlin, Steve, a lot of people don't like him. He's like Kyle Busch and, Dale Earnhardt. People don't like him because he's aggressive on the track and he speaks his mind. He says what's on his mind. But Denny Hamlin, he showed me what a lot of courage and a lot of heart over the last year, because he lost the championship, barely lost it last year, and almost decided that he was going to quit racing. And then a couple of weeks later, his father died in a house fire, a man that got him involved in auto racing. Denny Hamlin could have easily stayed at home and said, nah, this is it. I can't do this no more. I don't want to race the car no more. I lost everything. I lost my father. But no, Denny Hamlin came back, and he came back with heart. He ran good at Daytona until he got caught up in a wreck. And then he won at Las Vegas. So he showed some real heart, because Denny Hamlin could be sitting at home right now feeling sorry for himself because he had lost his father, like I said, a tragic fire. But he came back and showed what courage is all about when he won the race. And, 23-11 with Michael Jordan and him, and they won 4 of the first 5 races. So they on a roll right now. They winning everything just about. So I'm happy for Denny Hamlin. Hopefully he can win the championship this year, even though I'm not a Toyota guy. Denny Hamlin's paid his dues. He's been around a long time and won a lot of races, and the only thing he has left to achieve is the championship, and then he probably will retire. So hopefully Denny Hamlin can go on and do that, because he showed a lot of courage. And one other note is, because I like Formula One racing, the youngest man to ever win the second youngest, but he won the pole. But the 19-year-old kid won the Formula One race on Sunday. There's a 19-year-old kid, and that's doing something when you can beat world champion drivers at their own game. It's only his second year driving, and he's already won a race. This guy has been running Formula One 10, 15 years and still ain't won a race. So This guy does it in his second year, so at 19. So he's going to be a real force to be reckoned with over the next couple of years. And one other thing, and as far as the next two races after this race, they got a race coming up in Japan, and then the next two races are going to be canceled due to the war. They're supposed to be racing in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia. The next two, three races, both of them have already been canceled due to the war that's going on in Iran. And I think it's a good decision. Now, getting to this war situation, Steve. Well, it's not even a war at this point. This is just a massacre of what the U.S. has totally dominated this deal. But it's going in a bad direction now, Steve. Very bad direction. And before I get deep into detail, I'm going back to what this man said in the video, Steve. I'm going back to what this current man, military man, or whoever the hell he is that made a video. And he was very serious when he said it. And they need to show that to Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth or anybody else associated with the United States. This is a bad. They better not put boots on the ground, Steve, in Iran. This is a death trap waiting. They had a war with Iran and Iraq years ago, and it resulted in a lot of men getting killed on both sides. This territory in Iran, there's a mountainous area. It is all, and the man, this booby trap, as they said, they've been waiting 40 years for the United States to actually step into Iran, Steve. And if the United States step into, a lot of American boys are not coming back home, Marines. It's just being honest. The man told you that point blank on the video. Do not send American troops to Iran because they won't come back home. They'll come back home in a coffin. It's just being blunt. It's just very simple. And the fact is, Steve, it's not necessary because the United States is winning this war with the air fire. They've blown up just about everything they could possibly blow up over the last 2 or 3 weeks. Everything has been done. They've eliminated 2 or 3 leaders. This current leaders, there is no man in charge right now, as we know of. The way I look at it, I'm gonna make a decision for them. They don't know if this guy, the supreme leader's son, is still alive. Well, I'm making the decision for him. He's dead because if he was alive, he was making videos. And the last time they so-called heard for him, it wasn't even his voice. It was a woman, and he didn't show his face. So if he was alive, he'd be showing his face, letting people know. So he's probably dead too. They probably don't have no leader at this point. Now the goal was when they went into this deal, Steve, unless Trump is not telling us the whole story, was to eliminate this supreme leader, get him out. And that's what they did. And they did that the first day. Okay, and then keep other people like him from getting into power. Now, they've achieved all these goals as PA. They put all these ships at the bottom of the ocean, just like they continue to say. They defeated the Navy. They just defeated their military. You notice they're not shooting as many missiles as they have been shooting.
They're
still shooting a few here and there. Huh?
They don't have many left.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, that's why I say the United States is dominating this war. Now, that's the reason why I do not understand. From what I'm understanding, they claim that they might know where this material is that is used to make the nuclear weapon, because they believe that they still have this material. Man, I don't know why Donald Trump is sending 2,500 or whatever military Marines over to Iran, but I'm telling you, Steve, I don't want to see no Americans come back home. We already done lost 10 to 12. I don't want to see no more people come back home because, first of all, this is not our war. This is Israel's war. If they're going to put some boots on the ground, it should be Israel soldiers. Those are the ones. We've done our fair share. We spent a lot of money on the missiles. The United States has done their fair share in this damn war, Steve, with all the air power involved. There's not necessary for U.S. troops to hit the ground. I don't want to see this turn into no damn Vietnam because it's not necessary to do this because we have technology now. See, I don't know if you've seen this new latest weapon they got. It's been talked about over the last couple of years when people thought it was just a myth. But they have a new thing on these ships, a damn laser.
Yep.
And this thing can do some serious damage. I mean, some real serious. This wasn't even supposed to be used up until, 10 or 15 years from now. from what they're saying, but they're already using this thing, this laser that they got, the United States military. So we got technology out there, Steve, that people don't even know about, and it needs to be used. We don't have to fight wars like we fought back in the 50s and 60s. It's not necessary to put American boots on the ground, as far as I'm concerned, unless they can really know where this nuclear. Because I do believe that, like Trump said, Steve, Iran was days away, weeks away maybe from having a nuclear weapon. And as you can clearly see for all the Democrats out there that are saying that they didn't pose a danger, Steve, they showing you right there how dangerous they really were. But, they were firing in the countries that were supposed to be their friends. Saudi Arabia, Dubai, Kuwait, all of them. People were shocked. They couldn't believe they were firing. So it's obvious that if they would have got a nuclear weapon, they damn sure would have used it. And the first destination would have either been Israel or the United States if they get there. So they definitely pose a threat to the United States, whether the Democrats think so or not, Steve. So they had to be eliminated and they had to be stopped. And like I said, the United States has dominated this war. And there's nothing else left to be done, really, as far as I can see. The only thing I can see is to try to find out where this nuclear stuff is, the material, and somehow destroy that. And then the United States to get the hell out of there and come on back to the U.S. and stop fighting other people's war, because that's exactly what it is, Steve. It's not a United States war. It's the war is with, because now it's affecting the gas prices, and that's where we go back to the straight, Steve. That's where we go back to that situation. And Donald Trump has made it real clear, just like I told you days last week. He's made it real clear to Iran that if any American ships are fired upon, that all hell, they're gonna destroy that island that they hit. They're gonna finish that off, and then they won't have no damn oil over there in Iran. So if they dumb enough to fire on a ship that's going through the strait with oil, then they deserve everything they get, and they ought to go ahead and finish the whole damn country off and turn the lights, power, and everything else off, because apparently they didn't learn their lesson. Can't realize that the war is over. So at this point, it's in Iran's hands, Steve. If they make the wrong move, we finally got a president that does the right thing and don't give a damn about what people in Washington say or anybody else say. And that's the way it should be done. If Iran makes the wrong move in the upcoming days and hours, go ahead and finish the job and eliminate the whole deal with Iran. Turn out the whole power grid, the whole damn deal. And because you can't allow these people to continue this regime, they need to get a man in there that's going to run the country the way it needs to be run. And if he doesn't want to run it the way that he'll be eliminated too. It's just that simple. Because it's been 47 years of letting these people run roughshod on the whole country. And here, let me just say this one last thing before I hang up to you, Steve. They told people, to show you that these people still haven't learned their lesson, over the last couple of days, I understand that they told people that decided to protest that they would be shot on the spot. That's what they were telling people over there in Iran. But any protesters that decided they didn't like what was going on in Iran, they would be shot on the spot. So apparently they still got people over there that think like the supreme leader, and those people need to be eliminated too and get Iran run the way it needs to be run.
And the only way to get it to that point is to eliminate those individuals that are willing to fire on the people. Yeah, that's who we're trying to clear out. As far as he mentioned, this is Israel's war. As Pappy, I just got an email from Pappy. Yeah, Iran is responsible for thousands of dead Americans. Yeah, either they're going to secure this nuclear material, or they're going to take Karg Island control. Money, money, money. Mick Moore wrote a very interesting piece. I think it's worth sharing. To which he says, the war the cameras are not showing you. So, 3 cargo ships hit near the Strait of Hormuz. A Thai bulk carrier burning. A Japanese container vessel tagged. Every pundit on television is asking the same question, trying to make you feel like Iran is winning. Is Iran winning? Well, Mick says they're looking at the wrong scoreboard. Here's the number nobody's talking about. We go back to day one. I believe that was February 28th, when over 400 ballistic missiles, over 700 drones, every launcher was active, every magazine was emptied. The full 40-year output of the Islamic Republic was fired in a single day. By day 10, 40 missiles, 60 drones, a reduction of more than 90%. But the new supreme leader is still calling for a total war. The IRGC commander is still threatening American forces. The rhetoric has not declined by a single decibel. Only the weapons have. He explains. Pundits ask tactical questions. How do we stop the fast boats? How do we protect the tankers? How do we clear the mines? Those are the questions of people who've never read an engineering book. Engineers ask a different question. Where did those weapons come from? And is that factory still standing? Well, the answer is rubble. This is not a war of fast boats and burning tankers. This is a war between consumption and production. And there's only two numbers that matter. How fast Iran is burning through the stockpile and how fast it can manufacture replacements. When the first number permanently exceeds the second, the war's over. Everything after that is just the clock running out. Iran understood asymmetric warfare better than most. A $50,000 fast boat against a $2 billion destroyer. That exchange ratio wins every time at the tactical level. Iran calculated that America didn't have enough interceptors to stop every drone, enough missiles to sink every fast boat. They were right at a tactical level. The math was perfect. But America is not fighting at the tactical level. America is fighting at the industrial level. In 1943, Germany built the best tank on earth. The Tiger I, superior in every one-on-one engagement. America did not try to out-engineer it. America built 49,000 Shermans against 1,400 Tigers. The Tiger was a masterpiece. The Sherman was a production line. The production line won. Now, he said, take a look at the map. Sharud, one of Iran's most critical missile complexes, responsible for the solid fuel rocket motors that power their long-range ballistic missiles. Solid fuel assembly requires specialized chemistry, controlled atmosphere, and production infrastructure that takes years to build. Satellite imagery confirms extensive destruction. That line is gone. Parshin, the military complex housing Iran's solid propellant production facilities, has been hit. Horgir, the IRGC's primary center for surface-to-surface missile development on the outskirts of Tehran, hit. Shahad Aviation Industries in Isfahan, the factory that built the Shahed series drones that Iran exported to Russia and launched against Israel. They've been hit. A ballistic missile is not one weapon. It is a convergence of four independent systems. Solid fuel, metal casing, guidance package, and a transporter erector launcher. You do not need to destroy all four. You need to destroy the hardest one to replace. The replacement timeline for solid fuel production infrastructure is not months, it's years. Now, the fast boat equation is a bit harder, and we'll be honest about it. The IRGC operates more than 1,500 fast attack craft. They're small, cheap, built from fiberglass hulls and outboard engines. You cannot destroy them the way you destroy a missile factory, because there is no single factory. There are hundreds of sheds along Iran's coastline. This part of the equation has not been fully resolved, but the hull is not the weapon. The weapon is the anti-ship missile mounted on it. And those missiles are manufactured at the same facilities in Isfahan and Parshin that are now wreckage. A fast boat without its missile is a fishing vessel with a machine gun. A fishing vessel with a machine gun does not close the Strait of Hormuz. Now, address the question every viewer's already thinking, well, 3 ships still got hit. Why? Because those ships were not under American escort. They were not ordered through by CENTCOM. They entered the strait on their own, against warnings, against intelligence advisories, against every flag. That corridor was still a kill zone. The shipping companies looked at the war risk premium, $250,000 per transit. They looked at the price of crude, and they gambled. 3 of them lost. The U.S. Navy did not gamble because one mine under an Arleigh Burke means $89.5 million in repairs and sailors evacuated to Germany. This is not a hypothetical. This is the USS Samuel B. Roberts in 1988. One $1,500 contact mine that broke the keel and flooded 2 compartments. One torpedo from a midget submarine means a $2 billion ship and 300 sailors for one transit. The shipping companies were impatient. We were not, because we do not need to solve the equation inside the strait. We're solving it outside at the source. Every night, another assembly line goes dark. Every week, the stockpile shrinks. Every month, the threat inside the strait decreases. Not because we cleared it with escorts, but because the enemy is running out of things to shoot. Iran believed cheap weapons would always defeat expensive ones. At the tactical level, that is true. But the Americans have not fired tomahawks at fast boats. America bolted a $20,000 GPS guidance kit to a $4,000 bomb and dropped it on the factories that built every weapon Iran owns. A $25,000 package erased decades of investment. Admiral Cooper said it plainly. Since the first 24 hours, Iranian missiles and drone attacks have dropped drastically. He didn't say Iran chose to stop. He said the attacks dropped. Iran is not exercising restraint. Iran is running out of things to shoot. Industrial warfare has only one outcome. The side that cannot rebuild loses. The enemy doesn't surrender because the bombs stop falling. The enemy surrenders because the factories stop producing, the warehouses go empty, and the last missile in the last launcher is the last missile that will ever be built. Does that give you a bit of understanding? A war of attrition. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other nations step in to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor which has effectively been closed by Iran. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers missed their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven you can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Alrighty, back at it here. Well, let's try again. Welcome back, Hippopotamus.
Well, let's see how it's working this time.
We're good to go. There we are.
All right. So I did forget to mention there that I believe it was probably on Saturday, the exemption for the hours of service for the home heating fuel delivery people, I believe, has come to an end. I don't believe there was a renewal for that. So I don't know if you checked any of your updates or anything, but as far as I would assume, I haven't heard anything from any of my higher up mucky mucks. So I haven't actually investigated it myself, but I would assume that it did come to the end with this last expiration date. So the other thing we got going on is with the things getting a little bit warmer, the oil refineries are actually releasing a little bit of propane back out to transportation haulers now. So they aren't needing to use it to keep the refineries as warm. And actually, the way they actually do that is they actually burn the propane to produce steam and use the steam throughout the facilities, because a lot of refineries, they're basic structures, steel structures, a lot of piping, a lot of open space for the air to blow through and everything. So they either use live steam and just let live steam just escape into the atmosphere and surround the piping and the structure it needs, or they run steam pipes and let the radiant heat come off the pipes. And but a lot of people, I don't know if people realize or not, that steam is actually one of the most efficient heating sources there is, because once you make the steam, it becomes its own delivery system because of the pressure. Mm-hmm. And you have high pressure where it's being produced at, and as long as you have it vent at the other end, it travels to the other end of a pipe wherever you're sending it to. And Cornell University is completely heated by steam. The whole campus they have a steam plant, and they actually produce steam, and steam is piped like water pipes all the way through all the buildings, and they have radiators, and that's how the whole campus is heated, from one actual power source that produces the steam. And I don't know if they've ever come up with a way to do it for a whole city or not, but it'd be interesting to see if there was a way to do that. Anyways, as far as Big Ed goes with this Delilah thing, I think I'm right on board with him. I mean, if they think I'm going to go and retest to do something I've already been doing out here for 35 years, and been in this country, a citizen my whole life, and I don't know. I had to do the whole change from the chauffeur's license to CDL when they came out with that, and but for the guy in Pennsylvania that came here, as the asylum seeker, 6 years. If you're gonna be here and have a business, do you think in 6 years that there's a way to try to speed things along? I mean, isn't there a way to? There's step-by-step procedures, I understand, and I know with the flooding of the asylum seekers for the 4 years of the previous administration, it probably made it pretty hard. But it seems to me in 6 years there's some way that you could have applied and at least be in the process of, if you want to have your business here, to become a citizen of this country to have your business. So do I feel completely sorry for him? Well, if he hasn't done anything to try to become a citizen other than be an asylum seeker, no. But the other thing is that you talk about it being exempt from something. For the 30-some years I've been out here doing this, we've been doing these random drug tests, and because of people that can't pass a random drug test, how many more do we have to go to now? Because that last time they increased the number of tests they have to do, and if so many people don't test negative, or so many people test positive, then they're going to increase it again. And
correct,
it's to the point it'll never go down. The system is set that it's only going to stay where it's at or go up for the number of tests they have to have. So in the 30-some years I've been out here, I've never had a positive random drug test or any other positive drug test. So, but I have to keep going for them. I mean, I just had to do one last week, and I had to do one during COVID. when people were exempt from having to have DOT physicals and going down and registering your vehicles at motor vehicles and everything else and renewing your driver's license. But we're still required to go to a medical facility to have a random drug test, dressed up like Jesse James just getting ready to rob a train, that you're supposed to show an ID for so they can prove exactly who you are, but you didn't need to take off any of your masks to do it. So the whole idea of doing the random drug test didn't make a whole lot of sense, but we were still required to do it. So I don't know. The whole system's kind of messed up, but yeah, if I think if they're going to require retesting, that I think I'll be right there with Big Ed, that they'll be able to look for somebody else to hold on to my CDL to retest it, because I probably won't be doing it. And the only thing I can say is if they do it on the renewal date of my license, I might not need to anyways, because the last time I did my renewal in Maryland here, last year or the year before, I forget. But it's for 8 years, Your Honor. Maryland is so money hungry at this point that, being a Democrat run, that they are so money hungry that they actually made us pay more money to have our license extended from 5 years to 8 years so they could charge more for it. And it's just one thing after another. They keep coming up with more ways to try to grab money. And I don't know. I sent you a couple of things with Virginia here. Virginia's gone off the rails. I don't know if you've paid any attention to what's going on down there, but they've gone off the rails on ways to, they're not taxing, Your Honor. They're not going to tax you. They're mandating.
Oh.
They're just putting these mandates. They're putting these mandates in. So like, if you, your employer is going to be mandated to pay another fee, that's, the employer funded one, and the employee's going to have to, you're going to have the employee cost, and then you're going to have the employer matching costs, but they're not taxes, Your Honor. They're just mandates. And but there's a whole bunch of stuff that Virginia has that they're just completely going off the rails on, and trying to come up with more ways to get money out of the people to bring into the government to try to run their whatever pet projects or whatever you want to call them. But anyways, I guess with that, we're back onto off the eastern shore. The Bay Bridge was clear, open, no warnings, no restrictions, and actually got a few stars out here. Clouds are breaking up, got a few stars. Roads are dry. What do we got? 37 degrees. Just going by Joint Base Andrews. Great big water tower. Says Air Force Navy on it. So Joint Base Andrews, as I say, roads clear and dry, and 37 degrees. So I guess it's not too bad. Breeze is still blowing though. Still got to hold on to your bloomers. All right, Your Honor. With that, we'll let you get back at it.
All righty. Thank you much. Horse feathers, safe travels. Brain Dead. Yeah, forwarded this to me this past day. It's a story about Buc-ee's. Yeah, the gas station chain. Yes, Sunday on our return trip, from Georgia, as we were headed down last week, my daughter, it was late in the evening. She saw the sign off I-75. This is the one south of Lexington. Can't remember. I think exit 83. But she saw that sign and said, "We have to stop there when we come back." I'd never been to a Buc-ee's. So Sunday afternoon, we did make a stop, and I was blown away by the sheer number of people that were coming in and out of the place. It was a monstrosity. Just curious. I'd never seen it. And I was explaining to the wife as we were pulling in, I said, "No, you'll notice one thing here. You don't see any trucks, do you?" I said, "They're not trucker friendly. They will not allow trucks on their property. And there's been cases supposedly where truck drivers have even gone in a bobtail scenario and they refused to sell them any merchandise that they have. That story from a couple of years ago. Yeah, bobtailed in, went in, and had a bunch of stuff they were trying to purchase. They wouldn't even sell it to them or whatever. But so I said, she said, well, what do the truckers think about that? Well, truck drivers, honey, they don't much like Buc-ee's. Not trucker friendly. So anyway, I told her, I said, we need to set a time limit here. I know how she is. I mean, if we go to the Cracker Barrel, they got that little old country store. Hell, she can spend 45 minutes in that little place looking around at all the trinkets. I said, this is essentially going to be a gigantic Cracker Barrel old country store kind of scenario. Trying to let her know what I said, but let's say we're in and out 30 minutes. You're not shopping all evening. And she did good. She at first she was talking about, I need to come down here when I've got time. But after we did kind of a quick once through and everything, she ultimately said she wasn't overly impressed. It's not like the kind of thing she'd really be chomping at the bit to go back for. We did get, we all picked the barbecue sandwich. They did have the brisket sandwiches, but I'm more of a barbecue fan. The barbecue sandwich was good, but nonetheless, nothing earth-shattering, just an overgrown convenience store, as far as I'm concerned. But what Braindead forwarded to me was, the beloved Buc-ee's chain may not be so beloved after all. The company received an F rating from the Better Business Bureau for unresolved customer complaints. According to the BBB, Buc-ee's has stated they will not answer complaints forwarded to them by the organization, being the BBB. The website cites 88 complaints filed against the business that have gone unanswered since 2019. Complaints concerning poor customer service, overcharging, issues with returns and refunds, difficulty contacting the company. Buc-ee's does not provide a phone number for customers looking to get in contact with them. Instead, you're directed to an online form with a drop-down menu, which for many types of inquiries redirects you to a frequently asked questions page. Many customers report their messages going unanswered. It took a little bit of digging, but Nexstar's WFLA eventually found an email to contact Buc-ee's. The company did not immediately respond to a request for comment. Now, they say not all Buc-ee's locations have poor Better Business Bureau grades. USA Today reported more than 30 stores have received an F grade. There's a location in Athens, Alabama that has a C. Stores in Fort Worth, Texas, and Smith Grove, Kentucky received A grades. They are all, however, marked as not Better Business Bureau accredited. Of course, known for their expansive gas pumps, remarkably clean bathrooms, Buc-ee's and the Beaver mascot, they do have a cult following. Various merchandise featuring the Beaver. Food you'll not find at your typical gas station, fresh meats. At this point, they're now up to 60 travel centers across the country, with plans to continue expanding in the coming years, which also brings me to the very first Buc-ee's to open in the state of Arizona has confirmed a grand opening date for late June. This will be the Buc-ee's in Goodyear, Arizona, the first in the state that will open at 6 a.m. on June the 22nd. The 22-acre property, purchased in early 2024, this particular travel center spans 74,000 square feet with 120 fueling spots. Okay, and that was, Yeah, something I've never seen the likes of. A gas station with more than 100 pumps, and they were pretty busy. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Diesel owners know if you take care of your engine, it'll return the favor. Hot Shot secret formulates additives that help you prevent problems and boost performance. Diesel Extreme cleans internal and external injector deposits, and EDT increases fuel economy by up to 7.3%, scientifically proven by third-party testing. Add Hot Shot Secret at your next fill-up to get the most out of your diesel. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Yeah, I mentioned that 16-vehicle pileup along I-75 in Corbin, Kentucky this past day. Yeah, how crazy Mother Nature has been. Corbin, Kentucky, that was one of the locations that was actually under a tornado warning. Yeah, there late Sunday afternoon, Sunday evening. But they actually picked up just over 2 inches of snow. Monday morning. Some areas there in eastern Kentucky, they were from 2 to 3 inches. And that obviously contributed to the pile up on I-75 there. Crazy. Like I said, it was 73 degrees when we rolled through there Sunday afternoon. I guess about 6 o'clock in the evening. Wow. Hey, Vic, what's going on?
Well, I guess the Ides of March came through once again with all this high wind and everything else. Are you familiar with that legend of the Ides of March? The wind is an ill wind and blows no good. And that was when Caesar was assassinated.
Uh-huh.
But, and the other thing, I know that you were kind of a part of the Pentecostal churches or whatever. But did they ever teach that whole thing about Abraham and Sarah, how this whole war between the Muslims and the Jews and all that got started? Real quickly, Abraham and Sarah couldn't have any kids, and they decided to go visit the Pharaoh of Egypt, and the Pharaoh of Egypt took a liking to Sarah. And Abraham said that was his sister, and the Pharaoh started having a lot of bad luck, and Abraham said, well, she's actually my wife. And so the Pharaoh says, oh, no, he said, that's what's brought on all my bad luck. Let me give you this slave girl named Hagar. And so they went back to wherever it was that they went to, Canaan or whatever. And so they still couldn't have, Abraham and Sarah still couldn't have any kids. So Sarah said, well, have a child with Hagar, the Jewish, the Egyptian slave woman. And so then somehow, some way, Sarah then had a child that was supposedly brought by the angel of the Lord, and Sarah got jealous of Hagar then, and that child, and his name was Ishmael, and Ishmael was told that his brothers would always be against him, and that was the beginning of that whole, I guess you would say, conflict or whatever, but between the Jewish and the Muslims, and that's kind of the beginning of it. But if anybody's really interested in it, you can see all kinds of stuff, even on the internet, about that whole episode. But when we come down to today, the reason that Iraq and Iran started to fight a long time ago, very shortly ago, Reagan got the bright idea that he would follow that old knockout nail theory, and he would have Iraq attack Iran, and that's where the Iran-Contra thing got started. And so Iraq was attacking Iran, and some of those missiles actually had the poisonous gases in them and everything. And they were getting them from China. They were silkworm missiles, and they were capable of carrying the biological and the gas warhead, maybe nuclear too, I don't know. But that's where the whole connection got started, and got that morphed into the Iran-Contra thing. So this war has been going on forever, and that whenever in 1973 they did the oil embargo thing, the United States basically launched a very stringent energy use program, and all the houses built in the United States had to maintain strict standards. And you know, when you buy a new appliance that has that little yellow sticker on it or whatever, that's supposed to denote all the basically uses. But and I know I was saying before that about the time Pappy got out of the house building business, that's when they went to this cheap stuff and quit using regular 2x6 and 2x8 and all this other type.
Well, hold the thought there, Vic, as we hit the top of the hour. News, a service of Industrial Injection, heavy-duty parts and solutions from injectors and pumps to turbochargers and engines built for trucks that can't afford downtime.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders, and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years. I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
USA Radio News, I'm John Sommers. Cuba's electrical grid has suffered a total collapse. That's according to the island nation's power operator. Around 10 million people are now without power. Top U.S. intelligence and security officials go before the House this week to discuss threats facing the U.S. They had been set to testify today, but that's now been rescheduled for Thursday. President Trump says other nations should be thanking us for launching the war against Iran. Speaking to reporters from the Oval Office Monday, Trump made the comment after he was asked what other leaders are telling him about the war. Trump said countries including China, Japan, and South Korea should not only be thanking the U.S., but also helping to secure the Strait of Hormuz. The president said those countries depend on oil shipments through the strait for their energy concerns. Senate Republicans could kick off debate on the Save America Act Tuesday, but Senate Majority Leader John Thune still warns he doesn't have the votes to get the voter ID measure over the finish line. The South Dakota Republican has so far resisted pressure from President Trump and some fellow Republicans to temporarily nuke the filibuster rule to beat the 60-vote threshold needed to pass the House-approved bill. The Save America Act would require people to provide proof of citizenship in person to register to vote. The president says the Trump Kennedy Center's in bad shape. Speaking at a meeting of the center's board at the White House, Trump said the building will be far better once the planned renovations are complete.
This building will soon gain, I think, at a higher level than it had before. Together, we're going to ensure it remains the finest and will become the finest performing arts facility anywhere in the world.
The center will close for 2 years starting in July, following the America 250 celebrations. Trump said he's raised $23 million for the renovations. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
OpenAI is sued by the 200-year-old company behind the Merriam-Webster dictionaries. Encyclopedia Britannica says the artificial intelligence firm's infringing on its copyrighted material by using the dictionary's online articles to train its technology. Britannica says this has cannibalized its web traffic and led to lost ad revenue. A federal judge blocked Health Secretary Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. from proceeding with an overhaul of the nation's childhood vaccine schedule. The judge ruled Kennedy's changes to vaccine recommendations, as well as an influential vaccine advisory committee, violated federal law. Severe weather is causing significant travel disruptions for thousands across the U.S. The storm system brought blizzard conditions to the Midwest and a rare severe storm threat along the East Coast. Thousands of flights have been canceled, the storm impacting several major airlines. A high-flying tax could place millions of dollars in Los Angeles County's bank accounts.
Los Angeles looking to cash in by taxing plane owners. LA County Assessor Jeff Chang says his office has been digging into the data and has found a way to tax almost 1,000 commercial and private planes valued at around $3.5 billion last year and this year. That'll generate about $38 million for the county. Prang says accurately identifying taxable planes has been tricky in the past, but new software has made it easier. I'm Jason Nathanson.
I'm John Sommers, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I have one question for you. Do you want to stop worrying about the IRS? If the answer is yes, then look no further. I've been around for years, I've helped countless people across the country, and my success rate speaks for itself. So now you know where to find good, honest help with your tax problems. What are you waiting for? If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS or haven't filed in years, call me now at 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com for a free consultation and get your life back.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Yes, indeed, as we get our final hour underway. Early on a Tuesday. By the way, once again, happy St. Patrick's Day. Hey, good morning, Gary. Gary Montgomery checking in from Southwest Ohio. Except we're down to 24 degrees. I guess that sounds about right. The wind chill down in the single digits, though. I think the winds are finally going to start letting up here as we progress through the day. Heidi Ho from the Asphalt Soldier. Checking in 24 degrees in Sugar Grove this early morning. Let's see. I-75 shut down in Kentucky northbound. Where are we talking? Like the cut in the hill there, northern Kentucky? Yeah, those snow showers continue causing problems out there, especially the elevated surfaces, and is always moving. Mentioned several hours ago, these snow squalls. She said black ice like she's never seen. Rick in Columbus, hey, good to have you with us. Round and third, headed toward home. By the way, if Indiana gets its way, truck drivers only have a few years left driving on I-70 for free. It's been no secret state officials in Indiana have been wanting to toll I-70. The state, they say, is strapped for cash, and major improvements on the interstate are needed. Boy, I know you can vouch for that. For those that roll, they say the roads in Indiana are horrible. According to the Department of Transportation, Indiana is the fifth busiest state for commercial freight traffic. The state's interstates are third in number of vehicle miles traveled, only behind Texas and California. When it comes to manufacturing jobs, Indiana ranks among the top states. Yes, severe congestion, though, is plaguing I-70 in Indiana, costing manufacturers and logistic companies time and productivity. Passenger vehicle traffic is expected to increase by 0.4% annually, while truck traffic is expected to grow by 1.3%. At more than 60 years old, the interstate is long overdue for significant upgrades. Unfortunately, the state doesn't have enough money to fund those improvements. Now, there was a revenue study in 2024 that revealed within 10 years, all revenue will have to go toward preserving existing infrastructure. No funding would be available for new projects like improving I-70. That's why Indiana is turning to tolls. Recently, Indiana's application to toll I-70 was made public. What will that look like? To start, The state plans to toll the entire 156-mile stretch of I-70. Passenger vehicles will be charged 10 cents per mile. Trucks will pay 54 cents per mile, costing truck drivers more than $84 to drive through Indiana using I-70. That's assuming a transponder is in the vehicle. Otherwise, the toll rate will be even higher. Under the current timeline, tolling could begin as soon as 2029. Reconstruction of I-70 could take 8 to 10 years. There will be a toll-free alternative, something that the Transportation Secretary Duffy emphasized in his letter to New York's Governor Kathy Hochul to terminate congestion pricing, specifically drivers who do not want to pay an I-70 toll can always use U.S. Route 40 for free. It's not a done deal at this point. Although they're one step closer, it has to clear some more hurdles. Federal law prohibits states from tolling existing interstate lanes. However, the Interstate System Reconstruction and Rehabilitation Pilot Program allows up to 3 states to collect tolls on an interstate for reconstruction that could not otherwise be improved without collecting tolls. It was last September Indiana submitted their application for that program. It has 3 years to satisfy the criteria, including environmental reviews and executing a formal toll agreement, or the state loses that slot. Since the program was formed in 1998, no state has successfully implemented tolls under that pilot. Proposals were doomed by a lack of public support, and or the state could not get legal authority to collect tolls from their legislature. Missouri had made numerous attempts to toll I-70, all the way back to 2012. Then Senator Mike Kehoe introduced a bill giving the state authority to toll. That died in committee after strong opposition. Last year, Indiana lawmakers passed a bill giving the state authority to proceed with plans to toll I-70. If the state's application is approved, it must still meet certain criteria within 3 years. I don't know, Vic being a resident there, what do you think the prospects? Are we going to see tolls on 70, Vic?
Well, I don't know. I'm glad you brought that up because I remember back in 1956 when I passed the National Defense Highway System, which we now know as the Interstate System. Every state had to submit their highway plan back then. And I remember that Dad was gone quite a bit. I was thinking it was Hanley was governor, but it might have been Craig, but whomever it was. And they put together a highway plan for the state of Indiana, and it all passed muster. And one of the goals of that was to increase the velocity of transportation and also increase fuel savings. And I forget. Well, anyway, I went to look that up today to go back to that 1956 highway plan, and it said what was it? Something about I wasn't authorized to look at it, so they had closed that down. So I guess I'm going to have to go to the Library of Congress and see exactly what the plan was, because you were talking about where that was going and how it broke up the highways and everything. Number one, I-64 through Indiana was really supposed to follow the old US 150 route, and then 50 as it got over towards Vincennes, and as I recall, and I know the politician had got it moved because he was upset that it was going to go through a Democrat township, so he wanted to move it down a little bit, and he successfully got that done. And I-64 is pretty much the interstate that was designed by politicians, not engineers. So it's not surprising they're having that problem. And that with I-70, that was pretty much that was supposed to go along the US 40 route, which it did. But I don't know if you've been on US 40 lately, but the number of little towns and everything through there, and I believe they never did raise the weight limits on those. I think they still go by the old 72,000 pound weight limit on whenever on the U.S. highways through Indiana, because again they didn't upgrade them to controlled access. So let's just say that Indiana has a lot of work to do. But in the middle of all that, the legislator passed a stadium bill to approve building new stadiums in the state of Indiana, and they're trying to get the Chicago Bears. So they're going to build them a stadium in the middle of a swamp up there next to Lake Michigan. And everybody told me that wasn't a swamp, and I said it was too. Well, finally they admit, well, yeah, it was a swamp, and then Indiana drained it, and that was causing other problems. So then they had to flood the swamp back. So I don't know what the engineers are going to find when they go to build the foundation for that stadium, or how much money is going to be spent on that. So, but back to the licensing thing, at one time when you got a CDL in the state of Indiana, you'd go to the BMV and take the test, but you had to report it to the Indiana Department of Revenue. And I wasn't getting a CDL at the time they came out with that Real ID. But I thought that to get a Real ID, you had to be a citizen in that particular state or whatever. So did CDLs go to where you had to have a Real ID, or do you know offhand, Steve? I would think.
I'm not certain. I don't know.
But the reason I'm saying that is this wholesale shotgun thing that they're going to do, just cancel everybody. I don't understand why they're doing that. I mean, I think they have ways that they could just eliminate it one by one, just saying, well, everybody has to go get recertified. And I know, like here in Indiana, because I have to get mine renewed, there are certain things that you do have to go to the Bureau of Motor Vehicles to get to basically get your license renewed. And because they gave me that stupid far license, I have to go to the actual license branch and appear in person and do whatever. I guess I'll find out shortly. And so there are several safeguards in there. And I would think that, number one, if somebody came here on an asylum and they gave them a license to operate, a CDL license, that, I mean, how hard is that to say, when does you're here on a visa, when does your visa expired? Instead, I guess they're just handing them out. Well, we're going to give you the standard thing, if it's
right, 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, like what? Yeah, Horse Feathers just said he could get up to 8 years.
Yeah, I heard about that. Some of them even that they were issuing lifetime license. So I don't know what all was going on, but that was really the main thing that I called about, was that licensing. The licensing procedure in Indiana, it's very strange. I'll just say that, and it's way overcomplicated and too many. You have to go to too many different directions to get things. Basically to get your license, and then after you get the license, the Indiana Bureau of Motor Vehicles, they will sell your information out to different people, like operate junkyards and one thing and another. There's about 8 different categories that they just put your information right back out there, so it's not too hard for somebody to run under another person's CDL. And the way a lot of those chameleon companies would do is they would get somebody that had a valid CDL. It might have been running for, like a construction company or a grocery delivery company or whatever. And they'd say, hey, you want to earn some money on the side? I'm going to pay you cash. And a lot of people were, yeah, we'll go for that. So they would have a whole list of drivers they had that had a valid CDL that either got tired of their shenanigans or just got out of the trucking thing altogether, and they would just say, well, we're going to give you this CDL, and they had people that were making fake CDLs, and then if you get stopped, don't give them your CDL, you just show this because they're still on our driver's list. So I appreciate what Senator Banks is trying to do, but I know that's been going on for 30 years, and I think I've told you to relate that story that the guys that were even driving for the Indiana Department of Highways, they knew all about it clear back there in 2010. I mean, it was a whole system, and there's a whole they've got it down to a pattern. So maybe they will finally get in there and break that all up.
Get it cleaned up. So it's just been they've been brushing it under the rug, as they say, for decades, right? All right, Vic, good to hear from you. Thanks for chiming in. Scenic Route on board. What's happening?
Yes, sir. Thank you for making my call. I liked your response to Eagle, rebutting his statement that this is Israel's war.
Yeah.
We have every reason to finish what started in '79. It's been great to get Israel's help in this campaign, but we could have done it ourselves. I called about the Iranian counter-revolution that's currently going on that the mainstream media is not covering. But before I get to that, I believe that the expeditionary forces being sent with the Marines are probably going to secure the Straits of Hormuz. I think the Karg Island attack was kind of a feint to make the Iranians, whoever's left in leadership, think that maybe we're going to try and take that island. But in order for us to do that, we'd actually have to sail through the Straits, and that would be somewhat problematic right now. So I believe if we put boots on the ground, and by the way, when people say, we can't put boots on the ground, and then Trump has come out many times and said, hey, all options are on the table, whatever it takes. He doesn't want boots on the ground, but the people that we have in the Marines and the Army are highly trained, highly motivated men and women. They're not boys, they're not girls. They signed up to do a job. They're probably chomping at the bit to get in this fight. So the people, I don't want boots on the ground personally, but if that's what it takes, we have the forces do the job. And if the job is to secure the heights of the Hormuz Strait, then that's what we'll do. And I did want to talk about the counter-revolution. There are videos every night on a YouTube channel called Tousi TV, Tousi TV.
Mm-hmm.
It's this Iranian who is a British citizen. He's got numerous contacts in Iran. Every night you'll see phone videos of explosions. The things are blowing up over there, including like those checkpoints that Pappy was talking about. And when the things blow up, Iranians are cheering. They're shouting, Trump, 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 fight, fight, fight. They're back out on the streets. And to the point where 2 nights ago, the Iranians retook Mashhad, which is the second largest city in Iran. That actually was the birthplace of Ali Khamenei, the now dead successor to Khomeini.
Mm-hmm.
But they are out on the streets, and they are taking over cities. The last I heard on Tousi TV 2 nights ago was they had taken over 3 major cities. So it may not be necessary to put boots on the ground because the counter-revolution is already happening. And why I'm not seeing these videos on national media, international media, we can only we can only wonder why that is.
And the initial premise of this operation was to do just that, to support those who are protesting, to kind of weaken the military and give the people maybe a chance to take the country back.
Exactly. When people say that we don't want another Iraq, we don't want another Afghanistan, it won't happen here because people don't know that when the Ayatollahs took over, only 20 to 30% of Iran was Muslim. Most of them were Zoroastrians and Christians and other faiths. They're highly educated. Most of them remember what life was like before the revolution. The counter-revolution has begun. The Crown Prince has already put out a 121-page plan to do the transition to elections. But the bottom line here is, I think, if it's necessary, I think we'll secure the Straits of Hormuz with the Marines, maybe with the Israeli troops as well. But from what I'm seeing on these videos, the counter-revolution is probably going to be taking over Iran within the next 3 or 4 days. And things are going to change big time there. So things are happening. I highly recommend that you check that channel out to get the what's actually happening there.
Yes, right.
And be much more optimistic about the whole situation. I just want to get that out there.
Very good. Hey, I appreciate the call there, Scenic Route. Thanks for the update. That's what we've kind of been hoping and anticipating, that the people would be able to take back the weakened leadership. Will some of the likes of the IRGC forces actually be willing to turn and actually support the people rather than following orders to shoot and kill protesters or anyone looking for regime change? Those are very difficult to answer questions. But obviously, with each passing day, the weakened military strength, the impacts on the country overall will be favoring the people in their ability to possibly take the country back. I see just in over the last several hours in eastern Cuba this morning, on top of the nationwide blackout, according to the U.S. Geological Survey, a 5.8 magnitude earthquake shaking eastern Cuba early this Tuesday. In the midst of the nationwide blackout that began with the collapse of the power grid on Monday. For that reason, they say, it's especially difficult to receive any sort of updates from the island. They do say the U.S. Geological Survey doesn't foresee significant damage based on the quake's initial readings. I think at 5.8, definitely something that you're going to feel. They do say the Dominican Republic's seismic agency indicated a slightly higher magnitude. There has been a 4.7 aftershock also reported here. And again, this just posted here the last several hours. I guess we'll be getting more on that. Was that a pre-shock or a main event? Those are the kind of things you have to watch for in earthquake activity. All right, we'll get a news break here and come back with more. First, news a service of industrial injection. Fuel injectors, fuel pumps, turbochargers, complete diesel engine kits for the heavy-duty world. If it burns diesel, we can help keep it working. Learn more at industrialinjection.com.
USA Radio News. I'm John Sommers. President Trump demanded other nations step in to keep oil flowing through a major transport corridor which has effectively been closed by Iran. Staffing issues are surging at the TSA after officers missed their first full paycheck due to a partial government shutdown. The Supreme Court will hear arguments over President Trump's efforts to end protections for Haitians and Syrians living in the U.S. President Trump appointed Vice President J.D. Vance to lead his benefits fraud task force. It's part of the Trump administration's nationwide war on fraud following the social services scam in Minnesota, resulting in dozens of indictments.
As an example, you've been seeing it pretty big in Minnesota, $19 billion. But that's only for one little aspect of the fraud.
Thousands of travelers are facing significant disruptions due to severe weather. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Maybe this is you too. There's enormous frustration right now with healthcare costs. It is amazing. Healthcare costs for families in the last 20 years have almost tripled, and it just keeps getting worse. All this to say, this is why MediShare is so in demand right now. People are looking for alternatives, and MediShare is proven. You can save thousands of dollars a year and actually like it more. Over 1 million Americans are now part of healthcare sharing, and MediShare is the gold standard. It's trusted. It works. It's been helping people save money and have peace of mind now for 30 plus years. It's not some big impersonal thing either. It's a community of people like you helping each other. So yeah, if you're frustrated too, here's your chance to make a refreshing change. You'll notice the difference as soon as you call. They're easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX-15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Come join the Steve Summers Overnight Drive as we broadcast all 3 days from the Mid-American Truck Show in Louisville, Kentucky, March 26th through the 28th. Don't miss your chance to see the latest in trucking tech, gear, and more. Stop by the booth to meet Steve and register for your chance to win a new truck seat or truck seat cover for your big rig from Bostrom Seating. Plus, buy SSOD gear, win survival kits, and pick up your Hot Shot secret products to keep your ride on the road. Come see the Steve Summers Overnight Drive in Louisville, Kentucky at the Mid-American Truck Show, March 26th through the 28th. Learn more at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Summers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
So you missed an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, and now you're suffering night sweats and panic attacks. Well, don't worry, we've got the cure. Never miss a broadcast of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Consistently ranked as one of the top podcasts and radio shows in America, we've made it easy for you to catch up on past shows. Find the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts or at overnightdriveradio.com. And never miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
chatting with Vic a few minutes ago about these DOT numbers. There was a story, a matter of fact, from Landline. Now, this past day, have you received inquiries from individuals seeking to purchase your U.S. DOT or MC numbers? If you have, listen up. The FMCSA issued a bulletin last Friday with the headline, "Do not sell, purchase, or lease a U.S. DOT number or operating authority, the MC number, online or elsewhere from an unknown person or outside of a legitimate corporate transaction." In the bulletin, the FMCSA noted that U.S. DOT numbers are like a driver's license or identification card number, and confirmed the identity of a motor carrier, broker, freight forwarder, or other entity. The U.S. DOT number belongs to the same legal person forever. They may not be sold, transferred, rented, or leased, according to the bulletin. The FMCSA will inactivate U.S. DOT numbers upon discovery that the number's being used by anyone other than the assigned legal person. Additionally, they said that if it discovers attempts to sell, purchase, or lease a U.S. DOT or MC number outside of a legitimate corporate transaction, they will initiate proceedings to inactivate the number and revoke all related registrations. The FMCSA bulletin also explains the difference between a sole proprietor and a corporation regarding DOT and MC numbers. Brittany Murphy, an agent in the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association's Permits and Licensing Department, said the issues led to problems for some OIDA members. She gave an example of an OIDA member selling his operating authority. A few years later, the carrier operating under his number was involved in a crash. Because the transaction was not transferred properly, the OIDA member was being held responsible. Murphy said if you sold your operating authority, it would be a good idea to follow up to ensure the transfer was done properly. And they did say they can assist those with questions, can call the Permits and Licensing Department. They're at OOIDA. So, all right, let's get to Scrapyard here on a Tuesday. What's going on, Scrapyard?
What's happening, Captain? Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm telling you, we were out here getting the DTs, or maybe the DOTs. Who knows? Glad you had you some time off there, brother. On Scenic Route was talking about 2CTV. It's if you're not familiar, it's spelled TOUSI. It's Mayhar 2C, and his father sent him and his mother when Mayhar was 14 years old to Great Britain to get him out of that mess that was going on over there, and basically for the government over not to have anything over his head but threatening them. But he's this young feller, he's I think 40 now, I think. But he started this 2CTV, and he's getting a lot of information. In fact, videos and stuff sent out of Iran through back channels, and showing a lot of our forces at work, basically, and even a close in shot from somebody where they dropped a Moab, I think it was Isfahan. One of the Moabs that was signed out last week, they dropped a damn Moab over, and somebody was about 2 miles away, and ended up their building they were in basically got sandblasted and knocked everybody for a loop. And but basically the sender survived it. But yeah, on the excuse me. Yeah, we transferred over 100 A-10 Thunderbolt 2, a.k.a. the Warthog, over there, and they had the upgraded package on them. They can haul everything from small diameter bombs to Mavericks, and then of course that Gal 12. Pardon me, that went down wrong. But they've been running up and down the coastline, cleaning up those fast boats, and targeting the sheds up the coastline. So you haven't seen anything about that on the news report. So that's what's going on. The A-10s are over there, finally being able to slop the hogs, so to speak, as we say down here in the south. And speaking of that, shut that dadgum freezer door. You're about to freeze everybody out down here, son.
Well, I didn't leave the barn door open. I did my best to try to bring some warmth back north because it was beautiful. 70-some degrees there when we headed out Sunday. Technically, it was the same here, but yeah, somebody left the barn door open. Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. He's talking about the sheds. How do we secure the Strait of Hormuz? I think I mentioned earlier, retired General Wesley Clark said that President Trump yesterday spoke on Wake Up America. He said President Trump could ultimately decide to send U.S. troops into Iran, not for an invasion, but to help secure the American shipping and naval forces in the strait. Yeah, he is a former NATO Supreme Allied Commander, said the decision will depend entirely on how President Trump assesses the developing situation in that strategic waterway. It depends on how the president views this. Obviously, he's the commander-in-chief, but he noted U.S. forces are already moving toward the region as Washington prepares options to counter threats against ships traveling through the Persian Gulf. We've got the 31st MEU en route. That's going to take another 10, 12 days to get there, he said, maybe a little longer. But, once they're there to get ready. But he warned that a single Marine Expeditionary Unit may not be enough if Iranian forces have heavily fortified along the northern shore of the strait and on nearby islands. If we have in the Gulf the fortifications on these islands on the north shore and the rest of the Persian Gulf, what we think might be there, it's going to take more than a single MEU to handle this. That's Marine Expeditionary Unit. That could require a significantly larger U.S. presence aimed at protecting American and commercial vessels moving through one of the world's most important energy corridors. So you're talking about potentially a larger U.S. force, not an invasion necessarily. He explained the troops could be needed on land to eliminate threats like missile sites, naval mines, the fast attack boats targeting vessels in the Gulf. You're going to have to put troops on the shore to stop the speedboats, the mining, the missiles, getting at the ships. He also cautioned that relying only on naval escorts could expose American forces and oil tankers to repeated armed confrontations. He said naval escorts alone probably won't do the trick. You don't want to send naval escorts in there and have a gunfight every time and take the chance of losing an oil tanker or a destroyer without doing something on the ground. He also expressed doubts that many European allies could quickly deploy naval forces if the U.S. seeks broader international help securing the strait, which, the president's already asked for that. He said, I don't think there's many other countries that could project their naval force, say, like we can in the U.S. Even if some NATO nations have minesweeping vessels available, Clark said deploying them would take time and face political challenges at home. To get them there is a long voyage. It's not going to happen overnight. Also, these political leaders in these NATO countries, they're facing some tough choices against their population to do what President Trump's asking them to do. Again, retired General Clark kind of trying to explain this past day. Let's see. We got Michael, I do believe. Morning, Michael. Computers saying, no, hang in there. We're not going to pick him up. We'll.
Okay, you there?
There he is.
Okay. Hey, I just want to say the thing about the Buc-ee's. You know, I've been driving a truck on and off since 1991, and one thing I've noticed about truck drivers in general, not all, but a lot of them, they'll park at Walmarts, they'll park at these pickle parks on the side of the interstates and little pullovers, and they'll whiz and jugs and throw their piss bottles out in the parking lot, and I've seen them poop in Walmart bags and heave them out in the parking lot. I'm talking about at grocery stores, Walmart,
right?
And I think that's the primary reason why Buc-ee's is so adamant about trucks not being parked in their lot, because every Buc-ee's I've ever been to is relatively clean, and orderly. And I think that's the primary reason. I mean, we're on the worst enemies, really, and that's one of the reasons why a lot of these states have closed down these pickle parks, and a lot of Walmarts, supercenters won't even let you park there.
And that's been ongoing for years now. Yeah, I mean, I remember many moons ago, truck drivers were welcome to park in those lots, and one by one, I don't know if they leave it up to the manager or the regional managers, but in most cases anymore, they're not allowing them to use their parking lots.
Well, it's like that in the parking lots of the trucking terminals too. I used to be a yellow freight driver, and I got laid off from another union job that I had on decking freight liners, and my wife had come down with stage 4 cancer, so I was in a panic to keep. You can say what you want to about the unions. One good thing about working as a union driver is their medical insurance is phenomenal. It's outstanding. And so I got a job as a Teamster for Yellow Freight, and I thought, I went up to Nashville. I was about 150 miles from where I lived because that was the closest terminal that was willing to give me a job. And I thought, I could just get a flop apartment up in Nashville. Well, I found out I was wrong. That you're not going to get a flop apartment for under $1,500 a month, even 20 years ago in Nashville. So they made it very clear that you cannot camp in the parking lot of Yellow Freight. So what I did was I got a truck camper and put it in the bed of my pickup so that I skirted their little ordinance that way. And of course, the little babies, every trucking company you work at, you got about 20 or 30 guys that are more concerned about what you do than what they're doing. So they all cried and whined, why does he keep his truck there and live in his camper, and all that kind of stuff. And the company told me they didn't have a problem with it because they kept an eye on me. I wasn't throwing bags of poop in the parking lot and piss bottles. And they had a bunch of guys that they have change of operations in these union companies. So because of seniority, they're allowed to follow the work. So when they castrate a terminal, say in Columbus, Ohio, for example, then they get opportunities. If their seniority will allow them to move, they can go to Nashville or they can go to Jacksonville or San Antonio, what have you, Chicago Heights, and go to those terminals and start working, and they'll actually, pay for their move and all that kind of stuff. But they had one of those change of operations, and they castrated a couple major terminals. Memphis was one of them. St. Louis was another. So a lot of these guys came into Nashville, and that's exactly what they did. They had their RVs and their campers out in the parking lot where the employees park, and that's exactly what they were doing there. And that's why they had to throw them out. And the management of Yellow told me that. And we've been keeping an eye on you, and you're not doing that. So we haven't really said anything, but they're whining and crying about it. So I had to make kind of an arrangement with them. Well, when I work, the truck can be there with a camper in the bed, but when I'm not working, I have to go to Planet Fitness or Walmart or whatever, and I would do that kind of stuff too, and wait for the phone to ring to go back out. And then I camped over to Walmart in Nashville several times, and I saw the guys do it there. They pull in and just throw all kinds of stuff out in the parking lot, and they just take off.
Yeah.
So all I'm saying is, if we kind of monitor or police ourselves and try to stay a little bit more hygienic, maybe people will start allowing us to park in these parking lots, and we won't have a bad reputation among the public. That's why I called in, because I heard you talking about buggies.
Yep. That may be a contributing factor.
Yeah, maybe they ought to put a Buc-ee's in Iran and have the beaver with a turban on his head with Allah Akbar coming out of his mouth.
Hey, I got
probably do pretty good.
Got a first-time caller for you, Michael. First-time caller code. How about that? $60, hotshotsecret.com.
Oh, that's awesome. How do I get that?
I've got your phone number jotted down here. They'll get you a text message with the coupon code.
Awesome. Hey, I really like listening to your dad back in the day, and I'm glad I live in Chattanooga, and I'm a pull doubles up to Knoxville and back twice a night, and dropping a hook in the sets, and they finally, a local station in Chattanooga's picked you up, and I'm glad to hear you.
I mean, the full circle. When I was, when I first got married, WFLI was a Southern gospel station there, and I worked there for just a couple months because I ultimately came back.
So you worked for Mr. Benz, huh?
I think that was the owner. Bill Claiborne was the program director at the time. He's the guy.
Yeah. I'll make a long story short. I actually worked there too for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was in radio for a while, and I got out of it because I'll be honest with you, in my opinion, you judge the success rate of radio people by the size of their U-Hauls. It's a lot of moving around in that business.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's a good business to be in, though. I mean, I liked it, but it just honestly, it just wasn't. I just didn't like having to move around all the time.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I worked at that station, and they're actually the ones that are carrying you now.
Correct.
In Chattanooga at night.
Yes.
So, but I enjoy listening to you, and thank you very much, and I'll let you go, okay?
Thank you so much. Michael, 1070, The Fly, WFLI, Chattanooga, Tennessee. One thing I noticed, Lisa's second sister in line and her husband, Gail and Monroe, several months ago, they had to make a move. They had been living down in like Chickamauga, Georgia, and they had to get a place. He's got a disability that's kind of progressive, and he couldn't mow the grass anymore. So they moved to Soddy Daisy, Tennessee. And as we were making that drive, I guess about a 30-minute drive from their home where we were staying over the weekend down to get things ready at the church in East Ridge, I started noticing, I saw it. At first I thought it looks like a hurricane evacuation sign. But as I'm going, it says evacuation route. It was either Watts Bar was one. It's all the nuclear plants they've got down there. I had never seen that before. Sequoia was the one that was on the route closest to their house. At first I saw that, I said, how bizarre is that? I guess if you get the alert and you could have some sort of a nuclear meltdown, a disaster of some sort, they got the emergency routes laid out for you to get out of town. I don't know how many miles you have to get away in the event there's an incident. And you see the signs on the side of the road. If the lights are flashing, tuned to 1620 a.m. for emergency information and whatnot like that. But they had nuclear power plants all up and down the Tennessee River down there. Kind of fascinating.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, as I say, headed down the home stretch here. Time is of the essence. Hey, Plowboy, what's going on? Thanks for hanging in there.
Not too much. Good morning, sir. Two things. Tomorrow night be on the dump button because I'm hot about this license issue because it's going to be a long, drawn-out affair. Like the self-certification got taken away from us and went to the doctors with our medical cards, Steve. It's going to be worse than that. And I'm like, Ed, we don't need this garbage.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's all I'm going to say because you'll dump me. But here's where I'm at.
Okay.
Me and Red Mule have been having a discussion. He's coming back out. Steve, he told me, I just got an email from him yesterday evening. I shot that memo that you just discussed about the MC numbers and all that, the authority and all that. He's had 12 of them, some of the bitches trying to buy his numbers and use his numbers in 2 days.
Wow.
You know how Red talks. He said, there ought to be capital punishment for these damn scammers. And that's all they are, sir.
Yeah.
Scammers, or like you just said, Red Mule, a man of his integrity, would have somebody get that number and then, lo and behold, crash. That could financially wreck that feller.
Absolutely. And I think some of these may be people that are trying to buy them so they can sell them to these chameleon carriers and whatnot. These guys that have 14 different trucking companies, all with the same address in some little strip mall or something. Hey, we got to close it out there. Thanks for being with us. Be safe, and we'll see you back at the midnight hour for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just live me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love.